that.
I can kind of gloss over it.
No, I mean, you do it.
Can do sort of a hybrid quickly.
No. Do it however you wish. Okay.
Second. Oh. I'm gonna start. 10:30.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, I see everyone paid attention and you took care of your buddy. So if everyone can look to the left and look to the right, it appears that no one is missing. That's a good thing. I hope everyone had a good lunch, but not too.
We can't hear you in the back.
Oh, you can't hear me in the back. Okay, I will talk louder.
Or turn on your microphone, please.
Yeah, here we go.
Push it.
Let me see. Yep. And it is, there we go. All right, thanks for letting me know that you couldn't hear me. This is very important that we hear everyone. So I'm glad that everyone had your lunch and had a great time at lunch, but hopefully you didn't eat too much till you're, having the lunch sleep effect happening. So I'm going to turn it over to the state to ask you some questions. Remember, everyone, keep your voice up. And remember, if you want to respond to a question, to raise your card and then answer. And anyone who's not on the first row, if when you're speaking, if you could please stand, because that'll help Brenna hear better. All right, state.
Hey, police court.
Good afternoon. I've been here so long, I think I've kind of lost time. It's kind of hard to figure out where we are. My name is James Ishimoto. This is my partner, John Kuhn. We've been appointed as prosecutors in this case. Prosecutors, we represent the state of Texas and the citizens of our county. Now, this is the only part of the trial where we're allowed to talk. And so if you can't hear me, or if I talk too fast, or maybe you don't, I'm not being very clear, you have to let me know, like that person did. If you can't hear, then it doesn't really serve any purpose. Okay. Like I said, this is part of the jury trial where we pick a jury. No right answer, no wrong answers. Just let us know what you think. Now, for some people, if the judge told you, they think, well, you know what? I'm not going to say anything, I'll just be quiet, maybe they'll pass me over. That is pretty much a guarantee you will be on this jury, so. Be aware of that. All right, as the judge told you, I'm here to talk to you about the law as it relates to capital murder. And let me begin by saying we are not seeking the death penalty on this case. That is not. So if you have any concerns about that, that's when I talk about capital murder, I like to talk about murder first because it's just a little bit easier to talk about murder. There's different ways to do a murder case. One of the ways is sort of like elements of an offense. We got to required to prove on or about a given day, if defendant did intentionally or knowingly cause the death of another person. When we talk about that, it's important to know when we talk about a lot of these legal concepts, I think most of you know them already, right? I don't really have to explain a lot of times what murder is. You know what murder is. Murder is when someone kills another person, that's murder. But there's a lot of legal things that we're going to try to cover, and if I'm not clear, just let me know, and I'll try to do a better job trying to explain. Now, as I told you, one way to prove murder is intentionally or knowingly causing the death of another person. And so I think that's pretty clear. But there's other ways. There's another way is intending to cause serious bodily injury. You commit an act for the dangerous to human life. Sometimes that happens where people say, look, I didn't mean to kill him, I just meant to injure him, or I tried to shoot him in the shoulder, whatever their excuse. So it's still murder. Someone dies, you commit an act for dangerous to human life. Then of course that's still murder. Another thing is called felony murder, and that is if while you're committing a felony, you commit an act for dangerous to human life. That's murder. So in the end, there's three different ways to murder: intentionally causing the death of another person, committing an act for dangerous to human life, and while committing a felony, also committing an act for dangerous. So there's different ways, but in the end, I think it's important to all understand. Look, all of you know what murder is. You knew what it was before you got here, and the fact that that I'm talking about doesn't change the fact that most of you know what murder is. Am I clear so far?
Yeah.
When I talk about intentionally, what does that mean? Well, there's a legal definition of intentionally. Person acts intentionally with intent with respect to result of his conduct when it is conscious, objective, or desired to cause the result. What that means is, you use your common sense. You infer the intent from the act. What did they do, right? Did they shoot at someone, or was it an accident or something? Well, if it was an intentional act, that's intentional. And even though there's a sort of a legal definition for it, I think it's important to know that all of you know what that is. And when we talk about intent, it's also important what we also try to cover is that the intent can be formed in an instant. Doesn't mean that you need a plan to do something when it comes to murder. Sometimes it's just as simple as seeing someone you don't like, or seeing some guy with a chain that you want. And then in an instant, you form an instant of what you want to do, and then things can happen rather quickly. So it's important to know when we talk about an intentional act, we're not talking about a master plan. We're just talking about it wasn't an act. Right? Someone intentionally knowingly pulled the trigger, or intentionally knowingly stabbed someone, or did something like that. So that's what intent refers to. Another thing we talked about is any questions so far? Is on or about a given day, a person intentionally caused the death of another. So why do we say on or about a given day? We say on or about a given day sometimes because the exact day really doesn't matter. Sometimes people say, well, maybe it happened at 11:55 p.m. Or maybe it happened just past midnight. Doesn't matter. For example, like if you were to leave and go on vacation, and you come back and someone stole your car. You know the exact day someone stole your car? No, you're on vacation. Does not matter. If they find a person who steals your car, you still charge them with stealing your car. Same thing with murder. The exact time doesn't really matter. Are they the person who committed the murder? That's what that is. Okay. So how does murder become capital? Murder becomes capital murder through a variety of things. The way I'm going to talk about today is the death of more than one person makes it capital. So if during the same human scope course of conduct, if more than one person dies, then it becomes sort of elevated from murder to capital. And when we talk about capital murder, it's more than one person dying due to the same criminal transaction or a different transaction as long as it's pursuant to the same scheme. Of course, when we talk about the death of more than one person, I think it's important that we talk about causation as when you cause the death. It seems pretty simple, but I want to talk about it just to make sure that we're all on. There's actually two definitions of causation. Person is clearly criminally responsible if the result would not have occurred, but for his conduct, operating either alone or concurrently with another cause, unless the concurrent cause was clearly sufficient to produce the result, and the conduct of the actor is clearly insufficient. Being complicated, it's not complicated. Let me give you an example. Suppose someone shoots another person, okay? And that person lives for a week or so and goes to the hospital, and they do everything, and at some point they've done everything that they, and so they turn off the life support machine, the guy dies. So you can't sit there and say, look, what caused his death was the fact they turned off the life support. No, what caused his death was that he got shot. The fact that medical intervention later on, they had to return and make a decision to turn off the life support machine doesn't change the fact that someone caused it. So there may be another factor that contributes to it or something. It doesn't make a difference as long as it doesn't clearly take over the main fact of what happened. That they got shot, they got stabbed, they got run over, whatever. Am I clear so far?
Yeah.
Anybody disagree with any of the things I've talked about?
I appreciate hearing that definition. And the legal that.
Person is criminally responsible if the result would not have occurred, but for his conduct, operating either alone or concurrently with another cause, unless the concurrent cause was clearly sufficient to produce the result, the conduct of the actor clearly insufficient. So with the other things, clearly what did it, and it wasn't the other thing, then it's not causation. Another definition of causation. Person is criminally responsible for causing a result, but the only difference between what actually occurred and when he decided or contemplated a risk is that a different offense was committed or a different person or property was injured, harmed, or otherwise. Sounds like a lot, but it's actually very simple. What it means is simply this: intent follows the rules. If, for example, someone doesn't like my friend Mr. Koontz, John, and so they shoot at John and they kill John, and they fire a bunch of bullets, and I happen to be near him. And so I accidentally get struck, and I'm killed as well. Were they trying to kill somebody? Yeah. The fact that, were they trying to kill me? No. But they were trying to kill him. If they were trying to kill him and I die, still murder. Okay? They can't come in here and say, look, I didn't mean to kill Mr. Schmo. He's a nice guy, but that Koontz guy, is different. It doesn't work like that. You can't follow the bullets. And then if you intend to do something, guess what? Just because someone else may have gotten killed or someone else may have gotten hurt, doesn't change the fact that you're still guilty of the same thing. Anybody disagree with that? A few more things. Well, we're going to talk about a few more things. One of the things we talk about is understand that, and it's pretty simple, voluntary intoxication is not a defense. And what that means is sometimes you may hear evidence that someone was drinking or on drugs, and you think, well, maybe if he wasn't drinking, he wouldn't have shot. Guess what? Doesn't matter. Drinking, alcohol, whatever it is, if you do something, you do it, and as the law clearly states in our penal code, intoxication is not a defense. Okay? Anybody disagree with that? Number 63.
What is the difference between voluntary and involuntary intoxication? Just in that same type of context, it does exist.
Well, involuntary is, look, if you drink something, or you choose to use drugs, or you choose to do things, and guess what? You can't claim that as a defense. There's so far?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any questions, or do you disagree with anything? You okay? Next thing I'd like to talk about is the law part. What that means is simple this. There's an old expression, I guess, it shows how old I am. It goes, if you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound. And what that means is, look, if you're part of something, you're as guilty as people who may have a bigger role. Everyone still plays a role, whatever that is. It's the same thing, not a different thing. And the law says it's the criminal responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another, and acting with intent to promote or assist commission of the offense, he solicit, encourage, direct, aid, or attempt to aid the other person at the offense. And what that is simply this: if you do anything to be a part of something, aid them, encourage them, or do something like that, then you are guilty of the same offense. And I'll give you an example. Suppose two guys decide they want to rob a liquor, okay?
Question.
And one guy is the getaway driver, the other guy is the guy with the gun. The guy with the gun goes into the liquor store, he points the gun at the guy, he gets the money, and he leaves. That guy clearly guilty of aggravated robbery. What about the getaway driver? Same. Is he doing anything aid, encourage, solicit, help? Guess what? Guilty of the same thing. You may get a different punishment, but he's guilty of the same offense of aggravated robbery. Does that anybody here disagree with it? And that's sort of what it is sometimes. For example, another example. Suppose a bunch of guys don't like another guy, and they all shoot at him, and one of the bullets kills the other guy. And sometimes, you know, we don't know which of the guys that were shooting was the actual bullet that killed the other guy. Under the law of parties, does it matter? No, it does not. Because if you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound. If you're part of something, whatever it is, then you are guilty as what your friend is. It makes no difference if you're the actual person who fired the actual bullet that killed the guy, or whether or not you fired a bullet that missed the guy. If you're part of it, you're part of it. And that's what the law party said. And some people agree with the law, and some people don't. That is the law in the state of Texas. If anyone here disagrees with the law parties, raise your hand, let me know. Everyone okay with that? All right. We want to talk about something which may apply, but it's something that sort of comes up from time to time. I think we all know that we've all heard the phrase self-defense, right? Also, the fact that the lawyer sometimes on that a party sometimes, I mean, I was on someone with it, you know, when is it okay to shoot somebody? I think never. It's never okay to shoot somebody. But sometimes people want to know. People, you know, when is it okay to use it? And it's important to know what Texas will let you defend yourself and use deadly. But it's going to be in a very narrow. There are a bunch of things that you got to do for the courts and the judges and the law is going to allow you to use deadly. And we're going to talk about those things that you need. And there's sort of like elements as well that you have to be able to show, and that is you have to reasonably believe that what you're doing is immediately necessary to protect yourself against someone's use or intent to use a lawful deadly force. So what that means is, first of all, it has to be something that we would consider reasonable, and that's up to the jurors if you listen to what is reasonable and what's not reasonable. But it must be immediately necessary. So in order to claim a self-defense, first of all, it has to be an immediate threat, not a past threat, not a future threat, not you may come back and get me the next day or the next month. It has to be something that's immediate, not something in the future or something more negative. There has to be an immediate threat. And your actions must be reasonable. And it must be also a response to someone's use or attempted use of unlawful deadly force. What that means, unlawful deadly force, is that essentially someone's using deadly force is force that's known, intended or known by the actor that in a manner of use, intended use is capable of causing death or serious harm. You know what that is. If you're shooting a gun, you're using a knife or a baseball, you're using something that can seriously hurt. And so when we talk about unlawful deadly force, I mean, someone has to be using essentially committing a crime, some sort of criminal action, and they're using deadly force, and then you have to sort of respond. And if it's not sort of a crime, then it doesn't count as self-defense. I'll give you an example. Okay? Suppose I am a security guard at the bank. Some guy robs the bank, and my job as security guard to stop the guy, and so I shoot at the guy, he's trying to leave with the money, and then he realizes I'm shooting at him, and he shoots back at me. He's like, look, it's self-defense that the security guard shot at me. That's what you're committing a crime. You don't get to claim self-defense because you're the one committing the crime. Security guard is allowed to defend it. And so it has to be unlawful conduct. And it also has to be deadly force. And that's sort of in response to has to be before. Okay. For example, let's say I'm at a bar and I don't like another guy or some argument over a girl or something, and someone takes a swing at me. Can I just take out my gun and shoot him in the head? You know, can I take out a knife and get down? Or if I'm at a little league game, I get an argument with another guy, all of a sudden he starts charging me, and I take out a gun and shoot him. So when you look at the law in terms of self-defense, the actions have to be a reasonable response to some sort of immediate threat, and it has to be against someone's use or attempted use of unlawful deadly. Number 45.
Yes, but somebody's trying to break into your house. Can you use deadly force then?
That's called the castle doctrine. It deals with a situation where you're in your own home. I don't want to spend a lot of time with that because I don't think that part of the law really applies. But when you're in your own home, there's a presumption that your actions are reasonable. And so afterwards, I'll be more than happy to go more into that with you. But in your home or in your own car, now, I talked about how a future threat is not going to get you to self-defense, but also verbal provocation alone is not going to get you to self-defense. Okay? No matter what someone says, no matter what words or how hurtful or harmful they are, whether they insult you or your family or whatever, verbal words alone are not going to get you there. There has to be something more than words alone. Anybody here disagree with that?
James, someone in the back.
Number 76?
I disagree with the future thing. You didn't ask that.
Okay.
I disagree specifically in the context of domestic violence.
I have a limited amount of time. All I can do is try to explain the law as best as I can. I understand that you probably have a specific fact pattern that you're thinking about. I like to say this along those lines is what the law requires is that there be an immediate threat, not a future threat.
I understand that.
And so can you follow the law in terms of if you're instructed on that?
Can I?
Yes.
I can. I'd be somewhat forgiving though, if not everybody would.
Well, it's kind of like, and we'll get to that part. It's like, for example, in a murder case, there's a reason why the range of punishment is 5 to life. There's a reason why it's as low as 5. There's a reason why it's high as life, and we'll get to that. So it depends on the fact. That makes sense.
I still disagree.
Okay, but you can follow the law.
Yes.
Now, there is yet another exception to self-defense, and that is you cannot. We call this the leave your guns at home exception. And what that means is you cannot claim self-defense without an explanation or discussion from some other person, considering your differences with them, while you're unlawfully carrying a weapon such as a handgun. And so we see how this is a good exception. That is, if there's someone out there that you don't like, you want to argue with them or talk to them about something, you can't illegally carry a handgun with you to go talk to them, because you know what's going to happen. Odds are someone's going to say something, someone's going to get shot, and so we're not going to give you self-defense. And that is, if there's someone out there who you have differences with, and you want to go confront her, and you illegally carry a firearm with you, you don't get self-defense. Number 28.
You're stating there's illegal carrying a weapon.
Correct.
There's a difference between lawful and illegal.
Correct. And state of Texas, you carry a rifle in.
Carry a handgun is what you do.
If you're licensed, yeah. Well, if you're not,
Even without a license.
there's sections,
Yeah, I get it. It's their problem.
but if you're not on your property, you're not on your car, just wandering the streets. You're number 87?
You didn't open carry. Legally,
Can carry.
you open carry, you carry openly.
See if you can carry a rifle. Yeah, you
And
want-
handguns.
You carry a pistol, open carry.
All right, so just one second. Everyone, remember, we're making Brenna's job easy today. So if you're not on the first row, we're going to need you to stand. And remember, one person at a time.
Wasn't open carry legal in Texas?
But it's the law still. They didn't change the self-defense law. No, self-defense. Yeah.
Understand? So it's a situation where you have to be illegally carrying a weapon. I understand that there are lots of times when you can't carry a weapon. And so when it comes to law, it applies to the instruct on the law when they're not.
So legal would be like liquor store, bank.
If you're allowed to carry a weapon under law, like I said, you'll be instructed when you can and when you can't, and what applies and what doesn't apply. But if you're committing a crime, that's different. But if you're allowed to carry a gun, then you, not a crime. Okay? In terms of facts that, like you guys told you, I'm not allowed to go into the facts. Murder cases sort of cover a wide variety of situations. Sometimes there are a bunch of witnesses. Sometimes there's only one witness. Sometimes it's sort of circumstantial where there's no direct eyewitness. They kind of have to piece it together like a puzzle. And eventually they try to figure out who it was that committed the crime. And that's your job as jurors really is to listen to the evidence and make a decision based on the evidence. And it's important to know that sometimes, sometimes people can see the same thing and yet come with a slightly different answer. Doesn't necessarily mean that anybody's lying. I'll give you an example. Suppose I see a car hit on one and I tell the cops, you know what? That was a black car that hit me. My friend John is with me, said, no, it was dark blue, the dark blue car. We may disagree, but we both saw the same thing. And so it's important to know that witnesses sort of see the same thing, kind of like boxing, how boxing has multiple judges for different, so they can look at the case in different angles. I think a lot of us who watch football, we see instant replay, and sometimes we see things where they stand or out, things like that. But it's important to know that sometimes, we may disagree, but like the guy was in or the guy was out, we both saw the same thing. So sometimes we have witnesses, they may see something slightly different, but it's normal because when you're a witness to a shooting, I think that's sort of a traumatic experience. All right. Anybody here know someone who a close family member or friend who's ever been charged with murder or anything like that? Your number 58. 58. 44. 64. 78. And 88.
Oh,
And 32. Anybody here, other than the people who already raised their hand,
James, someone else is raising their hand.
say, just say, family or friend, or just family? Or close friend or family member? 26. But, close family member or family member or close friend who's been in prison, not people who already raised it. 4, 5, 7, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 24, 28, 30 and 31, 34, 40, 42, 45, right? Yeah. 49. 52. 51. 63. 5. 7. 72. 75. 79 and 80. 82. 85. 86. 87. 89. Anybody here have a bad experience with police officer that you think might still affect you if you want to? Anybody? Sure. Anybody here have a bad experience with a police officer to the point where you think it might affect you? Anybody here who, I guess for religious purposes or something like that, feel that they cannot judge another person, that they, for whatever reason, we cannot serve? Number 45. Number 13. Number 21. Number 26. Number 31. And 44. Anybody else? I think the judge already touched on the fact that every defendant has a right not to testify by guaranteed by fifth amendment to the U.S. Constitution. And whether or not he chooses, if he chooses not to testify, you cannot hold that against him. I think we all agree that we do not. Last thing before I pass you over to John, I'm going to talk a little bit about punishment. On a murder case, punishment is a minimum of 5 years and maximum of life. Like we talked about earlier, there is a wide variety of situations that there's a reason why we have a full punishment. So is there anyone here who not consider the upper range? I think when the judge asked you about the lower range, she gave you an example. There's lots of examples I could give you. I think the example she gave you is imagine a couple that have been married for 50 years. One of them is really sick and dying and in pain. Ask their spouse to help them along, and they did. And so maybe that person doesn't deserve that, right? I remember another judge gave another example where he said there was a situation once where he remembers where someone had a child who had been abused, And the user got off on some technicality, they made some threats, and basically that he was gonna abuse that child again whenever he got the chance. And then the parent has to run into that person, and then. Situations like that, we can see how maybe the tough upper range of punishment is maybe not appropriate. So can we all agree that depending on what the facts are, you can consider the upper range as well as the lower range? Depending on what the facts are. Everyone agree with that? Anybody different?
Enhancements. What? Enhancements.
And so, like I said, punishment range is 5 to 99. However, there are some situations that change that. Hypothetically speaking, if someone has 2 prior convictions, it changes to punishment range from minimum 5 to a minimum 25. For anyone here who cannot follow the law on that. You're number 76? Okay. Anybody else? All right, thank you, and I'm gonna pass you over to my partner.
Thank you. Judge, real fast. I just want to make sure. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Pretty serious stuff we're here for, right? So it's, I'm sure as the judge mentioned, you'd rather be here for something a lot less serious, but unfortunately, that's the lot that you guys drew, and that's what we're here for. Now, I'm here to kind of follow up on some of the things that James is talking about right now with regard to some of the answers that were given, or if you guys have any additional questions and things like that. So the judge and James have already covered a lot of ground with regard to different things, but one of the things that we know about you, really about the only thing we know about you, is we have what you filled out on your juror information cards. That's it. That's all we know. We haven't done any independent Google research, Facebook, anything like that. We don't have any ability to do that. We can get handed these right before you guys are walking into the room. So one of the things that I like to do at this point is to kind of go through these questionnaires, and I might see some things that sort of jumped out at me that maybe I want to ask about. For instance, is it Miss Demetra?
Yes.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm fine. Understand.
Oh, okay, sure. I have to ask you, what is this?
It's using poems as a way of expressing one's inner life, deepest truth, and bringing it to the surface of the individual. And
So it helps as a therapy, basically?
it can help first with self-understanding, and depending on what you're trying to understand about yourself, it can also to being the world.
That's fascinating. That's fascinating. Wow. Do you have any questions for me right now?
No.
Okay. One last thing, on your juror information card, you stated that you've been either a witness on a criminal case or something like that?
Yes, quite a few years ago.
Okay, are you comfortable talking about it right now, or?
I think it was 1983, and I was living in an apartment complex there by the medical center, and was walking out. My husband and I were going to go to the movies, and I was walking down the stairs, and an individual I didn't recognize asked me if I knew where the manager's office was. I said, no. Kind of looked at me, and I got into my car, and I turned to kind of lock the car, and I realized that he was holding a handgun. So we were not threatened by that handgun, but we did leave the parking lot and went across the street and let the security people over there know what's going on. For witnesses and fire.
Okay. So he was actually prosecuted? They arrested him and he
Yes.
came down?
Yes.
He came down. And I apologize. I'm trying not to step on your words, and you guys don't try to step back on mine, okay? So I 2000. So, okay, but that was
1983. Yes.
okay. All right, thank you very much. Is it Brennan? How are you?
Good, sir.
Good. I like your t-shirt, and I'm actually being completely serious. So,
Pretty boy, man.
yeah, I haven't seen one of those in a while, so yeah, that's funny. So, but I have to ask you, you didn't respond to anything. Did they ask you to fill out anything for the juror information cards?
No, I turned it in at the office when I got here yesterday.
Interesting. Okay, so let me ask
Maybe
you,
lost.
it must have, it's probably the t-shirt, they were distracted. Have you ever been on a jury before?
I've had the summons before, but I've never actually been on a jury.
Okay, have you gone through this process before?
Many times.
Many times. You're very young.
Good time.
How old are you?
32.
Okay, so, but you've never actually made it onto the.
I never made it to the jury panel.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
I'm a cook.
At a restaurant here in town?
Yes.
And so what are your thoughts about being here right now?
I don't have any thoughts in particular. That's whatever the law asks of me, that's what I'll do.
All right, thank you. Now, let's see, Ms. Peck. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Good, good. So what sorts of jobs have you had?
I've worked with a ticket company. Mainly customer service, financial. I actually, and this is, I was gonna bring up, I have a job at customer service I'm starting December 12th. I don't know if that's the beach, but, it's been mainly customer service, phone calls. I worked at City for about 3 years. I handle that actually. It was kind of fun. But yeah.
Handling escalations is fun?
Yeah, you get to sit around.
Well, that's a great way to look at it. The other way would be that you're getting yelled at all the time by people.
On bad days, I say that, but yeah.
Okay, okay. Have you had any questions about anything so far in terms of what
No.
anyone's been talking about? It's pretty straightforward, right? I mean, would everyone agree that we haven't really gone over any super complicated? I know James was reading some legal definitions, and even for us lawyers, we kind of go, oh my God. But in terms of just being very straightforward, this isn't, some sort of crazy financial crime where, or some hyper technical crime or something like that. It's kind of, I mean, it's a biblical type thing, it's a murder. So, okay, thank you very much. Mr. Dominguez, how are you? Good. What do you think about today?
Actually, kind of excited, speaker. I'm one of the people that was supposed to take things.
Really? Okay.
Over.
What is an associate scientist for HEB do?
I work in the lab. We test all the suppliers that want to sell at HEB. We do shelf life and we do microbiology, biological testing on the products and help them to get established and how that and their house. So
Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay. What are your thoughts about? No, you know what? I'm going to move on. Do you have any questions for me? All right, thank you. Ms. Rodriguez, how are you? Oh, great. Thank you very much. Well, actually, I can think of a million places I'd rather be than here. You guys all seem like lovely people, but as you can imagine, it's a serious case. So, you really haven't raised your hand for anything, have you? Okay. What are your thoughts about things right now? You're very, let's see, you're a kid. Yeah, okay. So, yeah. I don't even remember your age. So, yeah, that was a long time ago for me and Jesse. There you go. So, okay, thank you.
If you raise your hand, I'm prison.
Say again.
Prison.
Okay. Yes. Did you have someone in your family that had, or a friend that had gone to prison? Are you comfortable talking about it? Your father, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Do you know how long ago that was roughly? So he has another case?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want to pry, but thank you for letting me know. Yeah, okay. Number 6, Mr. West.
Yeah.
You've been raising your hands and nodding and stuff, so I don't think you have any questions for me, do you?
No.
So, but you're a structural steel estimator?
Yes.
I was intrigued when it said you work for a welding and design company because welding is fun. I enjoy welding. So, yeah, do you get to do any of that or?
Oh, no, I just do the estimating for the projects.
Okay. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go on to the next one. Let's see, Mr. Johnson, how are you doing? Good, good, good. Now, you also raised your hand about, well, first of all, you retired from the military? How many years you spent in the military? 20 years. What was your rank when you retired? Excellent. P7, Sergeant First Class. Can you repeat it?
Yes, on first class. Yes, on.
Sorry about that. Did you also answer that you had maybe a family member or friend who'd been to prison?
Because I had 2,000.
All right. Is that recently, a long time ago? All right. Do you think did you know much about their cases? Did you think they were treated fairly or not fairly?
Going around family. World.
So you were stationed. Okay. So you really don't know a whole lot about it. Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's see, we're gonna skip to number 10. Where's number 10? Yes, ma'am. Miss, is it Mosiza? Mosichek, okay, thank you. How are you doing? Good. So I also, for some reason, they didn't give us any information on you either, so. Okay, okay. We'll make sure that person gets fired. So, have you been on a jury before? Never. All right. What do you think about being here today? Need you to speak up.
If I need to, but I'm physically,
You're physically uncomfortable.
but if I need to.
Okay, and not to be too personal, but physically because of the sitting or just being in this process?
The city.
Do you have trouble sitting for long periods?
Yeah. Other than that, I need to
Oh, I
fill up.
Okay, okay, I appreciate it. And are you retired? Do you work? What do you do? What do you used to do?
I was the employee of USAA.
Excellent. That's a great company to work for. Probably very good retirement too. Good. All right, thank you. Let's see, jury number. Mr. Snyder.
Yes.
So you're a manager at Central Market.
Yes, sir.
You know she's a scientist for HEB?
No, there's a lot of HEB places.
There are a lot. We have multiple principals, I think, here today. Who's a principal, a school principal? 1, 2, okay. Yeah, there are a few duplicates of things here. So you've never been on a jury before or anything like that?
No, sir. Funny stories. I'm junior, my dad is a senior. He had been going for me because the suffix was never put on the jury sentence. So this is my first one, and it's the first time I'm in this.
Identity.
They never stopped me when my birthday's 83, his is 55. They didn't really ask when they presented. So anyway, I'm excited to be here.
He must look really good for his age. That's all I can say. We go to the same bar with him. So, okay. You really haven't, you did raise your hand about something. Let's see. You're number 11. Did you raise your hand about something earlier?
Grandfather's funeral on.
That's what it is. There it is. Yeah, on December 7th. Okay. Okay. But other than that day, you're available.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Dunn, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, good, good. What grade do you teach?
Third grade.
Is that fun?
Yes.
You enjoy
It's
it?
a handful, yes.
Yeah, that's a great job. My mother was an elementary school teacher here for 1 million years, and yeah, 4th, 5th grade. That elementary school age, I think, is probably a lot of fun for you. Isn't it?
Yes, very nice.
What do you think about being here today?
I'm excited to be here. Selfishly, I'm like, oh, nice, an extra Thanksgiving break. Students, but I know that they miss me, they've called me, but I'm excited to be here.
Your students have called you
Yes,
while you've been here?
yes.
They called you. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine. You really haven't raised your hand for anything, have you? Okay. Thank you. Ms. Guerrero, how are you? Good, good. Let's see, you're number 13. You have never been on jury duty or anything like that? All right, and then you really haven't raised your hand either.
I'm raised about the conscious one because I've been thinking,
The-
this is
The conscious?
yeah.
Yeah,
religious-
judge.
Oh, religious, okay, sure.
When I was 5 years old, my father nearly killed my mother. It was a very violent act. She survived, thank goodness. But I'm not sure I could sit and judge a violent act in person.
Okay.
Just because it affected them. Something.
Sure, and that's understandable, correct? Okay, and I hate to be a lawyer on you, but I have to be a lawyer on you. You said that you don't think you can, and if there's no right or wrong answer. It seems to me, if I'm reading you correctly, you can't really be a good juror on this type of case, right?
I don't believe that. I would try, maybe that
I have to pin you down. Good enough, right?
No.
Okay, that's what I just needed to make sure of that, and that makes perfect sense, of course, right? Okay, thank you so much for telling me. You're number 14, Mr. Hin. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, thank you.
Oh, you're the semi-retired attorney. Yes, that's what he wrote.
I got one case left. And you're keeping me from work.
So you're my uncle, sorry, I can't even spell the word retirement. That's so far off in my future, I can't even imagine what that was. Congratulations to you for working so hard to get to that point in life. You've never been a criminal lawyer or anything like that, have you?
Yes, I have.
Oh, okay.
I've done both civil and criminal. All of my criminal work has been federal court. I've never had a criminal case in state court.
Okay. Here in San Antonio or your federal criminal case?
In San Antonio and several other locations around the country.
When was the last time you did a federal criminal case?
I don't remember. Well, that's not true. Probably about 10 years, 8 years.
What do you think about being here today?
Well, I've made it this far a bunch, but I've never made it past this thing.
All right.
I
Okay.
didn't really answer your question.
You're the lawyer. Yeah. Senator, I don't know, so thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Delio, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
So what is CTEX Environmental?
It's an erosion control company, stormwater pollution prevention. A third party inspector that goes to construction sites to make sure they're not pouring concrete in.
You're not supposed to do that.
It's the ride, they're watching out and very inlets and it's in some. I'm sure.
Did you mention that you had someone go to prison for some country?
That was my uncle, my mom's father, they went back in the 80s. And he and a friend robbed a store and his friend shot the lead. Firing the driver guy and that's all. He knew what they were doing, he didn't know the guy was gonna shoot her, but he was there and it was part of it, and so he had to. And he was poor, so the other guy actually got off because he had more money, and so his time served was less than deals, and but he did his time and he's now.
Do you feel obviously, between the two defendants, there was a difference, right, in terms of their sentences between your uncle and his friend?
Right. Basically, with money is the issue too.
I'm gonna guess you don't feel like your uncle was treated right.
He was wrong, he was going to rot in the first place, but I feel like if he did have money, he probably would have lowered the load somehow. I don't know how it works on that end,
Well, certainly 40 years ago, the world was different, right, even in San Antonio in terms of that.
Well, this week, he's with the, yeah. Small.
Okay. Now, based on what you're going through, what are your thoughts on things that are here? Do you think you're maybe the right person on this case or not? And again, there's no right or wrong.
I'm partial, I'd be open to, hear what all happened. And, based off of that, making a decision, but, life's about choices, and, I'm not against it, I'm not for it, but, I understand that lives were impacted on something. And, so I would like to, like it's not.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let's see, Mr. Weatherly? Yes, sir. We know a little bit about you already, because you made friends with half the people here, right? Yeah. Yeah, did you also have someone go to prison?
I said it was technically yes, it's my brother-in-law's son, but I have no idea anything about it.
It didn't affect you, you weren't somehow called as a witness or anything like that?
No, it's just, he hasn't somebody I knew in my family, so it's the answer, yeah.
Okay, what's your favorite TV?
My favorite TV show?
Yeah.
Well, I don't really have one anymore, I mean, I just watch them all, but my wife yells at me, I love the Big Bang Theory.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see. Ms. Romero, how are you? Good. You haven't really raised your hand for much, have you?
I'm actually not able to sit for a long time. I'm on short-term disability.
Okay.
We have a particular salary money from that.
Okay, so you're in pain.
I'm really finding it hard to concentrate right now.
Thank you for letting me know, actually. Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. Number 18, Jackson, Mr. Jackson, how are you? Never been on a jury, anything like that? Sir, did you raise your hand for anything else? That's right. You're number 18. Yeah. Are you able to talk about that? What happened?
Decency with the violence.
Here in town or where?
Guadalupe County. We worked in a children's hospital for a long time. And it was just a shock. He told us, or when we found out about it, it was like 3 days after death rate hospital. And I shut him off. I don't want anything to do.
Sure. Did he end up going to prison or what happened? For how long? Okay. Do you have any questions for me? Okay. Thank you. Ms. Hernandez, how are you doing?
Great.
Good. Let's see. You also raised your hand.
Yes, sorry.
Are you comfortable talking about it?
Throughout my career, I've worked with at-risk youth. I've been a mentor. Started off coach, actually was a coach at Central Catholic for 5 years.
Okay.
And then from there, went on to get my degree in human resources. So we take on a lot of interns, and some of my interns have been the top 2% in the class. Some of my interns are the bottom 2% in the class and are given a last chance. And some chose to turn their lives around, and others chose to keep going down the wrong path. And so, mentoring at-risk youth, I have seen some of my students or my interns, end up in person.
Sure. And I've tried to hit it. I mean,
Yes,
it's-
it is.
yeah, it's sad. So especially young people, again, those are other problems. So, okay. You've also been on a jury?
Yes, I have actually had the joy of serving city, county, and federal all in 1 year. Yeah. My boss didn't believe that I actually called it,
Wow.
called again and preferred.
Okay, do you remember, did you guys ever get to the punishment stage of the trial or anything like
Yes.
that? Okay. What are your thoughts about being here?
Doing my civic duty.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Flores? Are you Ms. Flores? No, number 20. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll skip that. Yes, ma'am. I know you raised your hand earlier about you have a trip, but not for a couple more weeks. A few more weeks? Okay, the trial's not gonna last. So, you've never been on a jury, anything like that? Okay, and do you have any questions for me? All right, thank you. Ms. Garcia? I know you wanted to talk about something earlier. Could you raise your hand?
Yeah, it's about my family arrangement about coming back and forth.
Okay,
I can't see in one eye, so I have not been able to drive my car, and I inconvenience my husband to bring me back and forth.
certainly, no, and I don't mean to make a point of this, but I'm guessing if you can't see in one eye, then that prevents you from necessarily seeing everything that would go on in the courtroom maybe too, right?
Yeah, everything in my left side I can't see.
Okay, okay, thank you for letting me know. Appreciate it. Ms. Medina, how are you doing? You've been, I'm great. You've been on a jury before
Yes.
and
You got,
settled?
Yeah.
Pled, something like that? Okay. And you've also maybe been a witness on a case? What type of case do you remember?
robbery.
Were you robbed or?
Yes.
Oh, God, okay. How long ago was that?
Okay.
It's obviously still very close to your heart, isn't it? Yeah, okay. I don't mean to problem. So, did you also say you had someone who's been to prison? Who's that?
I had a friend and then some family and an ex-boyfriend long ago.
You think, given your very unfortunate event that happened 10 years ago, and then with your relatives and boyfriend, so you think that maybe being on a jury is that something you want to do?
Yeah. I mean, I like. Yeah. I've been called quite often, so I don't know.
On the robbery, did someone get prosecuted?
Yes.
You don't have.
Well, they didn't use my home, but, yeah.
No, what the criminal justice system did to that person? Did he go to prison?
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Cattell? Oh, you've raised your hand. You've got, never mind. Because you've got, you're leaving for next week, right? Thank you very much. Mr. Seattle, how are you? What do you teach?
I taught science.
I
taught science in high school, currently at academic coordinator.
Okay, great. And you've also been on a jury before?
A long time ago.
What type of case, do you remember?
Excuse me, sir, I'm sorry. If you could make sure you speak up so Brenda can hear.
Drunk driving case.
Okay, like a misdemeanor?
I don't.
Excuse me, just 1 second, sir.
Yes.
No,
Okay.
you're not allowed to leave. Everyone has to stay together during the voir dire.
Thank you.
Hold on, he raises kind of not judging. So he said he could judge someone. 26.
Okay. Number 26, I'm sorry. Did you mention that you maybe have a moral ethical issue with standing in judgment?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and it would prevent you from being able to, you're not able to put that aside. Right? Thank you.
I know another jury.
Oh,
So that has to be said now.
which are,
No.
All right, so just 1 second, everyone. So whatever Brenda is typing, I see right here on this iPad. And when her typing goes very slow, that means that she can't hear everyone. And believe it or not, when court reporters send up a record and they have an audible on it, for them, that's like getting an F in school on the final exam. They don't like to have that record sent up where it shows an audible. So I'm gonna need everyone to make sure you speak up. I know some of you are wearing masks and that's fine, but if everyone can make sure you speak up so that she can hear. All right, John.
thanks. Okay, thank you very much. Let's skip ahead, number 28, Mr. Grosso. So you've been on a jury before? Yes. What's that case? You remember? Misdemeanor? Did you also raise your hand about someone having been to prison? Your father, sorry about that. Are you comfortable talking about it, or what was it?
He was still in mail back in the 70s before I was born. He has since passed away.
Okay, did he do time, or did
Yeah.
you? You know, so. Okay, thank you very much. Let's see, so add now to Mr. Martinez Campos. How are you doing? Good. Let's see. You have never been on a jury before or anything like that?
No.
You did raise your hand about a family member going to prison or friends?
Yeah, it was my father a long time ago. He was 5. I don't really remember. It was a drug.
Okay. Was he out of your life when you were a child then? Did he go to prison?
He didn't know, so I don't really remember that. Just remember, pretty sure it was when my grandma. I remember that. I was-
From a jail?
Yeah, yeah. That I remember.
Okay, to your knowledge, do you think your father was treated fairly or?
More than fairly angry.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Mr. Lewis? How are you, sir? All right, you? Good, thank you. You also raised your hand about family member or friend going to prison? Yeah. Are you able to talk about it?
Yeah, it was my nephew of mine in Dallas. He was accused of sexual assault. It's been about 20 years ago. And there was never any real evidence that he did it, but he went to prison. He's still in prison.
So I'm gonna guess you feel like he wasn't treated right.
I don't believe it.
What do you think about being here today?
It's different. I also raised my hand about a religious aspect. I think
Okay.
just from a religious standpoint, it's just going to be very difficult, I think, for me to stand in judgment on somebody, simply because it kind of puts my social values kind of in a situation that conflicts with what I believe.
Sure. And much like I was with the juror over here, I have to pin you down.
Yes,
I believe what you're saying to me is, I can't be fair.
I think it will be very difficult for me. I can't be.
Thank you. That's what I mean. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Miss Burley, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
You've been on a jury before?
Yes, I have.
What type of case?
It was, where somebody, an estranged spouse took a car and hit another vehicle. And the estranged spouse wasn't there, but they charged the wife with the crime.
That she planned it?
She says no. He said no.
Did you make the punishment on that case?
Yes, we did.
Yes, okay, so you didn't believe her, so yes, okay. Did you raise your hand for anything?
Yes, I know somebody who has been charged with it.
All right, was that here in town or where?
No, it's in New York City.
Wow, okay. Do you know if they were treated fairly or not?
I only know her side. It was a domestic violence case where she self-defended herself. It was during COVID and there was situations where she probably wasn't given a lot of fairness simply because she was put in a place with COVID rampant and without a lot of precautions. for COVID.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Let's see, Ms. Hall,
Yes, sir.
how are you doing?
Good.
Good. So have you raised, you're juror number 33, you haven't really raised your hand for much, have you?
No, sir.
You are a teacher, what do you teach?
I told them.
High school band,
Yes, sir.
so performing the football games like stuff?
Yes, sir.
How's that been going?
Lots of football games.
Is it over? Is the season almost over?
Our team is done, yes. The entire season is not, but we are done.
Okay. Okay. What are your thoughts about being here today?
I've made it to this point several times. I've never made it onto a jury and it would be interesting. It's interesting learning different aspects of how this all works.
Do you have any questions for me?
No, sir.
All the concepts that have been talked about, clear in your head?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. is it Badere?
Madeira, yes, sir.
Badere, how are you doing?
Doing very much so.
Good. You've never been on a jury or anything like that?
No, sir.
You have raised your hand for. Did you raise your hand?
Yeah, family member in prison.
Okay, okay, are you able to talk about it?
Yeah, it's my uncle, and he's been in there 7 years.
What for?
Robbery and murder.
Here in Texas or?
Yeah, in Texas, Huntsville.
So he's actually serving time on robbery and murder?
Yes, sir.
How much longer is he got?
It's like,
Do you, it's 27 years ago, you were probably pretty young.
yes,
So do you know much about it?
not much about it at all.
Does it impact your judgment one way or the other in terms of being here?
No, sir.
All right. Do you have any questions for me?
No, sir.
Garcia? How are you? Doing great. You've been very quiet too, right? Have you raised your hand for anything? You are a project engineer. What does that mean?
I'm in project management for construction.
And I see it's Skanska that which is doing the big project here at Frost Lake. Is that part of your thing?
No, that's not my project, but yes, they're over there.
Okay. I was just gonna ask you if you can hurry it up. This is been funds for way too long. It's driving all the trades. So, okay. Blame it on COVID. So, did you have any thoughts in particular about anything that's been talked about? Did you, anything that,
I am not, this is my first time to the jury theory, so I really had no kind of expectations. I kind of know what it is about, but this is my first. You're listening and taking it in.
thank you very much.
5 minutes.
Mr., is it Frank Hendricks Poe?
Yes, sir.
How are you doing?
Good, sir.
Good. You're a pilot
I am.
with Delta. So what was your background before you went to work for Delta?
I've had 10 years military experience and entrepreneuring on the side.
You seem military. I'm just gonna say that. And I mean that in the best possible way. So, yeah.
Thank you.
You've never been on a jury before?
Correct.
What are your thoughts about being here today?
It's an honor and pleasure to do my civic duty.
Okay. Did you raise your hand? You didn't raise your hand?
Yes, I did, sir.
What for?
I knew a fellow member on the jury selection panel.
Oh, knowing a fellow member?
Yes,
And who was that one?
7-8.
7. All right. And how do you guys?
Friends, did some work, colleagues together.
You don't have any money here.
No, sir.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Daniel. Hey, how are you doing?
Good, how are you, sir?
You've been pretty quiet. I mean, you,
Yes, sir.
did you raise your hand? You haven't really raised your hand for anything, have you?
I don't think so.
Never been on a jury?
No, sir.
You're a construction manager also. Wait a minute, with a different company, we got a,
Yes,
it's like
sir.
rivalry here. Okay, what are your thoughts about the punishment ranges that James was talking about? Are you okay with that sort of stuff? Can you understand like some cases might be at the lower end of the range and some people might deserve a higher sentence?
Yes, sir. I did have a clarifying question. One option had up to 99 years, the other had up to life. What's the practical difference between those two?
It's the legislature doing stupid things. There's, for lack of a better, so capital murder and murder are technically different crimes in the penal code. Okay, capital murder, as James explained, it can be, for instance, if there are 2 victims. If you only kill one person, that would be murder, but capital could be 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. So capital life is different than life on a regular murder in terms of parole eligibility. So even though they're both called life, they're not the same. So it's really confusing, really frustrating. Don't worry about it, but if you're on the jury, you'll get the law with regard to what the offense is, what the, if it goes to punish, what the punishment is. Okay. Is that close to satisfying you?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Do you have any questions for me?
No, sir. I think that was it.
All right, thank you. Mr. Morales. Hey, how are you doing? This is another one of those blank ones. I bet you filled it out too.
I turned it in here.
Okay.
I probably didn't get to.
Again, we're getting that person fired, so don't worry about it. What do you do for a living?
I work as an office assistant at the medical examiner's office.
Really? So, okay. Meaning the ME's office where autopsies are done and things like that? Do you have anything to do with that sort of stuff?
Exams, no, but I do work in the clerical side, front desk, reception area right now, so. We get a lot of incoming phone calls, we see a lot of the law enforcement drop off evidence. If you ever had trial meetings with our doctors, I might just escort you. See you and check you in.
Okay, how long do you work there?
9 years.
Thank you. Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Cluse?
Yes.
How are you doing? You've been on a jury before?
Yes.
What type of case?
I was on one civil jury and one criminal.
Let's talk about the criminal case.
It's a drug possession.
How long ago?
It's probably about 30 years ago.
Wow. Here in San Antonio?
About 30 years. No, it was in Amarillo.
All right. Did you guys make it to the point where you decided punishment for the person or?
Yes.
All right. Did you raise your hand for anything? Do you remember?
Other than I know. One other juror.
Okay. 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 Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Miranda, how are you doing? Yeah, just okay. I know. You don't want to be here, do you? You're not the first one that told me that, so don't worry. Let's see. You haven't really raised your hand for anything, have you? People going to prison, okay, you're number 40? Yes, I do have your number, I'm sorry. Are you comfortable talking about it?
A lot.
Oh.
My mother, my father, sister, husband.
Ooh. I'm sorry. So I'm gonna guess being on a jury on a serious case like this is probably not what you want to do in your life. So, and I'm gonna be a lawyer again. And I hate to use this word fair, because we all wake up every morning thinking we're fair, right? You don't wake up saying, I'm an unfair person. But do you think that based on your childhood, based on what's going on in your family, things like that, that probably your ability to put that stuff aside, you probably can't put this stuff. You can't put it aside. Thank you very much. You guys are learning. McLaughlin? So what school are you the principal at? All right, how's that going?
It's been crazy.
Oh, I bet. I bet. Have you raised your hand for anything at this point?
Yes, sir.
Do you have, do you have any questions for me right now?
Can't think of any answer.
All right, thank you very much. I'm gonna skip 42, sorry. 43, Ms. Cabral, how are you doing? It's nothing personal, but the reasons, so. Let's see. I know you raised your hand for something earlier.
Yes, for language.
Language, okay, but obviously you
Yes,
can,
I can understand.
okay. So I'm really happy to be here.
I'm so sorry, friends, but you're like, okay, no, they're all, you know, sad and happy, stuff like this, stuff.
Well, and I don't disagree, especially in this forum, in this context, where we're trying to find out a little bit about each other. So if I sit up here with my arms folded and barking, you guys know what we're talking about, right? So it's, I have to bring in a little bit of levity and try to lighten the mood up a little bit. I know this is a terribly serious case. I hope you guys all understand that. And certainly tomorrow when the trial starts, our attitude will be very different in terms of how we're going to be laughing, not going to be, you know, anything like that. So, so do you have any questions for me?
No, I'm good.
And you're from the Philippines?
Yes.
How long have you been here?
37. 37. 7 years.
7 years, okay,
Yes.
okay, great. And you are a nurse?
Yes, I am. And soon to be nurse practitioner.
Congratulations.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hernandez,
Yes, sir.
what is a virtual assistant?
Virtual assistant is basically to take care of customers online. Office Pro or Microsoft Office, Adobe Pro or anything that has to do like. I also do like HVC design, so I take care of my customers like that as well. I saw it's pretty much good.
I heard what you're saying. I have no idea what you just said. Yeah, no, it's way above my head, so I appreciate it. Never been on a jury,
No, sir.
anything like that, and
Yeah, Judge.
did you raise your hand about?
Yes, sir. My father, he went to prison. I think it was because I'm not sure, or if it was because he got an altercation. Okay, it was before I was born, like I said, and then the religious thing, I find it hard to judge people, so you know.
You can't say no. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Elizondo. How are you doing? Did you raise your hand earlier?
I did.
You wanted to talk about something?
I did. First of all, I have a problem sitting down for a long time.
Okay.
Because I got a skin condition on my leg and I take a steroid cream. Steroid creams cause cramps, so I have to constantly be moving, otherwise I'm in trouble.
Okay.
So, yeah, and I did have, my nephew spent, about 6-7 years ago, he whacked my brother, my older brother, across the head with a 2x4. He did about 6 months of that, then about a year later, he was busted at the checkpoint in Farfuyas for trying to cross about 3 illegals, so he did, I think, 3 years for that, so.
Okay. Based on all that you're going through, both your physical ailment and it was your nephew, you said?
My nephew, yes. My sister's brother. I mean, my sister's son.
You think you'd be a good juror?
I don't know. Good question.
You're testing me.
To be honest, county Thursday and Friday, Monday, Tuesday, I've lost 4 days of work on extremely busy, extremely busy. So, you know, I don't know if I'd be a fair juror. Let's put it that way.
Because of all the things, both in your past, your physical ailments, the missing work these last few days. Is it correct for me to say that all of those combined are gonna render you someone that you cannot sit and listen to everything, give it the time that it needs, especially for a case this serious? You cannot do that, can you?
That is probably correct.
Correct. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Number 46, I actually don't have any questions for you. Number 47. Let's see, did you raise your hand, Sean? Yes, you did raise your hand for the English.
Yeah, that's one. And actually, I can understand. I'm pretty good in English.
What was the other thing you raised?
Two things. One is
Oh.
my best friend who was born the same day, same year, and he got killed on my 21st birthday. Violence, results of violence. And that's the reason I end up in the United States. My parents got scared and sent me to school. That's one. Next thing is, I just returned from Sri Lanka, and I live most of the year now. And I'm suffering from sleep apnea too. And I left my sleep apnea in Doha airport, and I'm still coming back to here. And and on top of that, jet lag. I'm completely useless right now. And I get up at like 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and I stayed up. I can't sleep, but I'm really falling asleep.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm running out of time. So all of these things combined, you think in your heart, you can't be a juror.
I fall asleep while you're talking, and I start snoring.
We definitely don't want that. Okay, thank you very much. Guys, I only have about 12 minutes to go, so I'm gonna start kind of blazing through these things a little faster. Number 49, Ms. Bryant, how are you doing? So let's see, have you raised your hand for anything?
Yeah.
For,
All right, and I'm sorry, could you go to one of the microphones, please?
yeah, I can't hear you either. Thank you.
Yeah, somebody went into prison.
Okay.
One
so-
of my boyfriend,
Your boy.
Yeah.
How long ago?
6 years ago.
Here in town?
Well, he was here and then he went to Raymondville.
So he's in prison in Raymond.
He was. No, he's out now. Yeah.
Okay.
He got like 6 months. He got shock probation for DUI, DWI.
Was he, do you think he was treated fairly?
No.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Busso? How are you doing? Yeah, let's see. Your voice might be a little louder. Have you raised your hand for anything?
No, but I must clarify, I did have a cousin about 5 years ago go to prison for, I believe was for sexual assault, minor. Should still be there, if it's not. I'm not close with them, but I did bring that up earlier, so I do apologize.
Sure. Was he treated fairly or unfairly?
So I feel he should still be in there if he's not in there.
So he got a short sentence.
Yes,
But you think he probably deserved a longer?
yes.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you. Number 51, Mr. Martinez. How are you doing? You've been very quiet. Well, like the judge and James explained, but by not talking, you end up on the jury. So let's see what's going on with you. You are, and this is another blank one. What do you do for a living?
I'm retiring.
What do you used to do for a living?
I worked 40 years for Southwest Research and water.
Did you know John Cruz? John and Ruby? Okay, John's in the lubricants. He's been there for 25 years. So, okay. In the lubricants, testing motor oils and things? Okay. Did you really work at Southwest Research? Yeah. Okay. Have you been on a jury before? And you're retired now. What do you do to occupy your time?
Manage. Yeah, rental houses.
So you say, yeah, I was gonna say, you say very busy. Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Barr? Yes, hi, how are you?
Fine.
Good. You did raise your hand about family members in the prison, maybe?
Yes.
Are you comfortable talking about it or?
Yes. My brother-in-law and his brother's parents.
Okay. Okay, sorry to hear that. I know it's several people, but would you say that any of them were treated unfairly?
No.
So they may have been doing. And that happens in life, right? Whether it's at work or criminally or something, you do something, you gotta be punished. Right? Have you been on a jury before? What do you do for a living?
I'm a licensed professional.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions?
No.
Mr. Shearer? How are you doing?
Good, are you?
Good, good. Got your UTSA shirt on? Yeah, that's right. No, really. Let's see. Have you raised your hand for anything?
Since I raised it last time, I was.
Okay. What are your thoughts about being here? And you are a manager of a store?
Yes.
All right. Okay, I have no questions. Thank you. Number 54. Mr. Luna. How are you?
Very well.
Good, good. You haven't raised your hand really either, have you? What are your thoughts about being a juror in a case like this? Will you follow the law? You listen to the facts and follow the law? Do you have any questions? No. Thank you. Mr. Magallanes. How are you, sir? Good, good. Let's see, you're number 55. Have you raised your hand for anything? No. Well, why not? Don't you want to be part of the group? All right. So what are you retired from doing?
Positions basically human resources.
Recruiter for a business?
Be nurses. All positions.
Did you understand and listen to what James was talking about in terms of self-defense and punishment ranges and things like that? Did you have any questions about anything like that? I appreciate it. Good. Thank you. Let's see, Ms. Gibbs. Hey, how are you doing?
How are you?
Well, that was a big sigh when you said you're good. So are you good? All right. Have you raised your hand for anything?
No, but I probably should have. I didn't think this coming up. I was supposed to be a witness in a sexual assault of a minor charge. But the case was dropped by the DA.
Okay, so you didn't circle that you've been a witness or something, okay.
Yeah, so I ended up not being a witness, but I thought I.
No, thank you for letting me know.
She could be fair. She won't, based on what she heard.
Since you were gonna be a witness on a criminal case fairly recently, it sounds like, right?
It was like 5 or 6.
Oh, okay. So, but you didn't end up having to be a witness.
The case was dropped before.
So, based on your experience with that, are you annoyed with the DA's office?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you think that annoyance would rise to the level, and it would be perfectly justifiable if it rose to the level of, hey, I know how these prosecutors work, sort of thing, and I can't be fair?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gutierrez, you're a principal. Where?
At the Reno Elementary,
All right, where's that at?
the north side off of Lebron Cameron.
Okay. And your juror number 57, did you raise your hand for anything?
No.
You don't have warrants or anything like that? We need to know about anything? Any questions for me? Thank you. Ms. Jackson? Hi, how are you?
Good afternoon.
Good. You've never been on a jury before or anything like that?
Correct.
What do you think about being here today?
I'm excited, just like everyone else.
Yeah. Okay, you're a nurse. Did you raise your hand for anything?
I did. I raised my hand because I have a brother who's currently incarcerated.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. Is that here in Texas or?
He's currently in Amarillo.
Are you able to talk about what the charge was?
I believe it was a capital murder charge about 7 years ago. I don't know all of the circumstances of the case because I was living in a different state. So I didn't go to the trial or anything like that. So I wouldn't be able to make a determination of fairness or not. But I did want to make sure that it was known.
Oh, I appreciate that. And I'm sorry to hear about, that your family went through that too. So, okay. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Garcia. Oh, Jesse. Yeah. What's going on, dude? You're a police officer at Incarnate Word?
Yes, sir.
How long you been doing that?
I've been a cop there for 2 years. Before that, I was at Trinity University and I spent 1 year at the Out Valley.
Okay. You got any questions for me?
Sir.
All right, thank you.
Sir.
Mr. Dwyer? How are you doing, sir?
Good.
Good. You didn't really raise your hand for much, if anything, did you? What are your thoughts on being here today?
Not for it. I'm not against it.
You think you can listen and
I can listen.
decide?
Yeah. I think someone that said it's my first time. I'm just taking it in.
Okay. But you'll follow the law if you are selected to be one of the jurors?
Yes. All right.
Thank you. Mr. Mays? Yeah, sorry, we're skipping. Yeah. You've been on a criminal jury?
Yes,
What was it?
it was just simple assault, 2 guys off the house.
Okay. And how long ago was that?
That was about 3 years ago.
Did you raise your hand for anything?
Just I knew someone who had been in jail. That was that former boss. Who was
Charged with that? Okay. Was he treated fairly or unfairly?
I think he was treated fairly, and I could be a part.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hens? Did I say it right?
Yes, sir.
Let's see. Did you raise your hand? You know someone who's been in prison?
Yes, my father and my childhood friend.
Okay. And then, did you have a question earlier also about something else?
Indeed, it was pertaining to voluntary intoxication.
Was James' explanation satisfactory or?
Yes, it was.
Okay, involuntary obviously be if someone held you down and poured a bottle of
Yes.
vodka down your throat or put something in your drink that you didn't know or something like that.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Garcia. How are you, sir? Good. Have you raised your hand for anything?
Yes, family member, yeah,
All right. What did they inform?
it was my dad's brother, so murder, back in the late 80s.
Did you say murder?
Yes.
Okay, is he still in prison or?
No.
Do you know if he was treated fairly or unfairly?
I think he was pretty good, but I was younger.
Okay, do you have any questions for me?
I did have a question, it didn't dawn on me until now, when you presented it, that the minimum would raise to 25 and prior convictions would require, for taking into consideration. So I just wanted clarification on that piece of it, because
Sure.
that causes me a little bit of concern. Circumstances being equal, prior things could impact your minimum sentence.
Well, sure, and just the way the law in Texas works, the punishment is not dealt with unless the jury finds the person guilty. So you're not deciding guilt and punishment at the same time, it's just guilt or innocence. And then you proceed to the punishment phase of the trial. At the punishment phase of the trial, depending on what the evidence is, if someone has been to prison once, then it bumps the minimum. If they've been twice, it bumps the minimum. There are different things that can affect the bottom end of the sentence on this type of case, okay? So, does that make sense?
All right. Fine.
Okay, I'm out of time, guys. Thank you very much.
All right, does anyone need a break?
God, that's so rude.
All right, so remember, look to your left, look to your right. That's the person you need to make sure is in line outside with you. So when one person leaves, everyone needs to leave, so nobody can stay behind. And remember, everything you need to know about this case will come from inside the courtroom. So if someone is discussing something about this case or you hear something, turn it off, don't listen to it. So we're going to come back in at 3:45. I think that'll give everyone close to a 15-minute break. All right, everyone, please rise. Oh, leave your numbers behind.
Do you believe our personal effect?
Yes, you can leave. All right, so I want to make sure that all of the parties who are in here are with the 187 District Court. I know there were some other jurors in the hallway. So if you're not with the 187 District Court, you are on the wrong panel. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to defense. Defense.
May it please the court. Good afternoon. Excited. I'm sitting there for, about an hour and a half. I started getting more tired. I'm glad you took a break. I know some of y'all had some issues sitting. I too have some issues sitting. I was looking at the state talk a little bit, and when y'all were, answering some questions, I've heard this quite a bit during my time as a lawyer, and I think it helps to put things in perspective when you're answering things, so you can be a little bit more sure about whether you can be a fair or impartial juror, right? Because that's what we're here for. We're here to be called a jury selection. It's actually jury deselection, right? Because if you can't be fair or impartial, then you're not going to be a good juror. And so, if you have a family member, a friend, your own rights are really on trial right now. You're here to defend our Constitution. And so, to help us understand, whether you can be fair and impartial, I've heard a lot of people say, well, either you're pregnant or you're not pregnant, right? And so, it's just gotta be either you are or you aren't. Can you be fair? Or can you not? And so my presentation, they've covered a lot of it already. So I'm going to kind of go through it. Right here, I'm saying, why are we here? Well, we all know why we're here, right? It's for jury duty, but we have a civic duty, right? And so some of y'all have been in the military. Some of y'all are in the military. Somebody tried to leave. The judge didn't come back here. Y'all been conscripted, right? Y'all have been drafted. And that's how important our rights are. Because if you don't stand up for our rights, then our rights become eroded. And so, two things you can be conscripted for: military service and jury duty, right? And that's why we're here. And so, and this thing doesn't reach very well. It's very horrible. So, that was the Thomas Jefferson vote, to protect ourselves from government. We have the Bill of Rights, right? We were all familiar with the Bill of Rights. So right here, Sixth Amendment right to fair jury, Fifth Amendment right to not testify. And so, what kinds of trials guaranteed? In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by impartial jury, and the government cannot unilaterally decide whether an accused is guilty of a crime, right? That's why y'all are here. We have 12 people that are going to be selected. We're going to have some alternate jurors in case something happens. And so we trust that our rights will be protected by 12 people, right? I mean, it makes better sense to have 12 jurors decide whether someone's guilty or not. Now, only you have the right to decide that, right? The government doesn't decide that. The government is represented by the prosecutors, right? This is the state of Texas. And so they represent the government. They don't represent the people. Now, there's 3 laws to a fair trial. Presumption of innocence. The burden is always with the state, right? So as a defense, we never have to do anything. Now, that's not typically what's going to happen. We're going to have questions for witnesses, right? We're going to possibly put on our own case. But because we don't have the duty to testify, we can sit on our hands and not do anything at all. Because as citizens, the burden is beyond a reasonable doubt, right? We have the presumption of innocence, and the state of Texas has to strip us of that presumption. Everybody understand that?
Yeah.
So the presumption of innocence. What is that? It's a required mindset. It's a way of thinking. You have to be locked in and have a bias for the citizen accused. Okay. And that's how we protect our rights. It's a default decision or you cannot render a guilty verdict unless and until the government fulfills its responsibility of proof or the burden of proof. It's continuous bias for the defendant. It's to seek and positively look for reasons of doubt. And that's what your job is as jurors, right? You have to listen for the evidence, and the burden of proof is on the state. They have to strip us of that presumption of innocence. And to do that, you have to wait. When does the presumption of innocence end in a case? Anybody, juror number 16. When does the presumption of innocence end?
So all things are finished.
Until the case is over, right?
That's correct.
So when y'all go into the jury room and y'all take breaks, y'all gonna go back and y'all may talk about things. So I can't go back and decide that case at that point, right? Can't go back and deliberate until you've been given the law. And so at the end of the trial, you'll be given the law and you'll have to follow that law. And it's called the jury charge. And you can't go out into Google, you can't look up new evidence, you can't look up what you believe the law should be. The judge will give you that law. The burden of proof is always on the prosecutor, right? Their responsibility to make you feel absolutely certain that you haven't made a mistake in deciding whether someone's guilty. The accused does not, again, have to do anything. They don't have to disprove, we don't have to disprove anything. It's up to the state to fill that jar. Now, what proof are you to require of us as defense lawyers to vote for a not guilty verdict? You're number 20. What proof are you going to require of the defense to provide you to vote for a not guilty verdict? Anybody differ with that? Number. You want to repeat that?
Oh, sorry, excuse me. Anyone who's not on the front row, thank you.
I'm gonna have to object. It's an improper commitment question. He's trying to commit them to a specific set of facts.
All right, that'll be overruled.
So she's saying that we would have to prove by refuting what the state is putting on. Anybody disagree with that? Juror number 30.
I guess based on what you were saying before, you don't have to show anything.
Right, I don't have to show anything, right? And so that's what I'm hoping that you hold the state to, is that we don't have to do anything to earn that. Right? We have the burden of, we have the presumption of innocence. So how would you decide your case right now? You see Mr. Montez sitting there, right? And so if you were to vote and go back into the jury room and vote as to whether he was guilty or not guilty, what would your vote be right now? For number 28. With that? Not guilty. Anybody disagree with that? Exactly, right? And so I'm making sure that we're all on the same page, right? So beyond a reasonable doubt, and then judge asked or said, we can't really define it, right? It's the measurement of proof to convict a person of a crime. You can't rush to judgment. But what is the definition of reasonable doubt? And I can't give you that. We're not allowed by law to give you the definition of reasonable doubt. But like she said, we can tell you what it's not. And so if I ask you, what's the opposite of hot? Cold, right? So what's the opposite of guilty? And it's really true is that in this case, you're not going to go back to the jury room and receive the jury charge that says guilty or innocent, right? It's guilty or not guilty. And that's the two verdicts that you're going to have. Okay, and so we have different levels of proof. Now, the first is no evidence at all, right? So right now we're at that stage,
Right? There's no evidence been presented. We've only been talking, you've heard some generals, but we don't really know what's been going on. There's a scintilla, which is just a little bit of evidence, not even, probable cause. There's reasonable suspicion, probable cause. Preponderance of the evidence, who has ever heard that term? I'm sure this gentleman here, what is preponderance of the evidence?
When the scales of justice tip ever so slightly one side or the other.
Right. It's just tipping, more likely than not, right? And so who here has children? A lot of people, right? And so if I wanted to take your children away from you as a state of Texas, what kind of evidence do you think would be required? A little bit? A lot, right? And so that's not the burden here. The burden is even higher. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. And so clear and convincing is the level at which you can take a person's child away, a firm belief that the allegations are true. So probable reasonable doubt is even higher than that. The reasonable doubt comes from what? The evidence, lack of evidence, conflicts, credibility. And that's your job is to, throughout this thing, to keep looking for reasonable doubt. And you got to look to see, well, what makes sense? What doesn't make sense? Reasonable doubt belongs to you, not the majority of jurors, not to the judge, not to the prosecutors. Belongs to each one of us. Now, when y'all get selected, you're going to go back there and she's wearing it. The judge is wearing a robe right now, but you're going to be wearing a robe in theory, because y'all are all going to be 12 individual jurors. Right? Y'all get to hold to your decision. If that's what you believe, you don't have to change your mind. Okay. Y'all are individual judges. And so there's some of y'all probably have seen this movie. Yeah, if you disagree with another juror, you don't have to go back and change your mind. If that's what you believe. Now, who's seen this movie? 12 Angry Men. Tell me a little bit about that. Juror number 18.
And discussing a case and trying to all come to the same.
Could they do that very easily? And some of them, one of the guys had tickets to what? Had tickets to a ball game, I think. Right? And he wanted to rush to his decision. He wanted to get out of there. Now, is that fair to Mr. MONTEZ?
No.
Is that fair to you as citizens? It's not. So we expect a fair trial. And it doesn't require that you treat the citizen of the government the same. The government has no right to a fair trial. They don't get to go back and appeal this. And the government has no particular right to a particular result. They have no constitutional right to a particular result. Meaning, this defendant does. Because right now, he has the right to be presumed innocent. He has the right to be considered not guilty at this moment. I'm just going to kind of go through these slides. Now, since 1973, there have been 190 people in 26 states that have been released from death row. So, I mean, do you understand why we have burden of proof, the presumption of innocence? Because what happens if you're wrong? Juror number 4, what happens if you go back and you make the wrong decision? And so there's nothing that's going to go back and change the past, right? There's nothing that we can do now that's going to change the past. The only thing we can do is affect the future. And so it's better that we allow 10 guilty men to go free than one innocent suffer. That's an old saying that is the landmark of our criminal justice foundation.
And so we talked a little bit about your roles already. That you're the exclusive judges of fact presented for the credibility of witnesses and the weight to be given to testimony. You're free to accept or reject any of that. Now, we talked a little bit about the rights not to testify, right? And so what are some reasons why somebody might not testify? Take that one. What are some reasons why juror number in the back there, I don't have my now, remember you were a witness in the case. 56.
Yeah.
What are some reasons that a person may not want to testify? Juror number 32.
They might get nervous.
I'm sorry.
They might be nervous and not feel that they could speak in front of a larger group.
Okay. Right. And so, juror number 3. Why might somebody not want to testify? I'll give you a little bit. Now, sure. I mean, so it's not necessarily going to be the defendant's decision, right? Maybe they're not a good public speaker. I mean, it's frightening for people to speak in front of them. Now, will you want to hear from Richard Montez? By show of hands, who here wants to hear from Richard Montez? And it's okay. There's not a wrong answer to that. It's natural for us to want to hear from Richard Montez. Now, if he does not, yes, sir.
Well, it was Joe Montez.
It's Richard. I'm sorry. Are you familiar with them?
No,
Okay.
no, it's just that when he was introduced, it was Joe Montez.
Well, if Richard Montez does not testify, you're going to hold that against anybody. And there's no right or wrong answer here. We just need you to be fair and impartial, right? And the law is going to go back to you. It's going to state if the defendant does not testify, you will not consider the decision of the defendant not to testify as a circumstance against him, and you will not, in your deliberations, allude to, comment, or in any manner refer to the fact that the defendant has not testified. So what are you going to do? Y'all go back, you're selected in this jury case, and one of the jurors starts to talk about, hey, well, he should have testified. Juror number 17. Are you 17? 15. I'm sorry, juror 15. What would you do if the defendant, if y'all went back to deliberation and one of the other jurors started to say, well, you know, he should have testified.
That's how.
Right.
It's kind of like.
So would you speak up for him?
Yeah.
Now, witnesses, I think some of you, by show of hands, who here are related to law enforcement? If I could see your numbers. You're number 10, number 8, 5, 14, 18, 19, 24, 28, 26, 50, 51, 57, 59, 62, 63, 64, 70, 72, 75, 76, 78, 81, 83, 87, 88. And I'm happy to I too have cousins that are police officers, right? But knowing that, and this might not even be the right slide, but I wanted to ask this question. Knowing that you're related to law officers, who here is going to tend to believe a law officer over a non law officer? By show of hand, there's no wrong answers here. I'm sorry, show of number. Number 2, number 10. So who here is going to believe a more likely to believe a police officer than a non-police officer? That's the question. By show of numbers, 2, 4, 10,
Slow down, hold on. 2, 4, 10.
13, 15, 18, 19, 26, 27,
Bless you.
49, 59, 63, 64, 70, 80, 81, and 83.
Thank you.
Now, who do you think is going to look better on the stand? Person who's trained to testify or just a layperson? Somebody who's trained, right? Yeah. And so police officers go through training to learn how to testify. There's a couple of people here. Mr. Garcia, you're a police officer, right?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been a police officer total?
12 years, sir.
And you've gone to training to testify, right?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever had an opportunity to testify?
No, sir. I've been called, but haven't been.
You've done your work and yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Knowing Mr. Coontz here, would that affect your fairness or bias?
Well, of course, I'm a cop, so I'm pro police, of course. And sidebar, but my mom was worked for the DA's office for 18 years.
Who's your mother?
Her name was Becky Garcia. She died. She was a juvenile.
I'm
For
sorry.
many years before she got dead. But I still have friends here and family here. Well, not family, but both friends.
Who else here has been a law enforcement agent? Juror number 36 and 70. Having been in law enforcement at juror 36, you were in the military. Were you a military police officer?
No, sir. It's collateral duties is my current job right now, sir.
Okay. And so as a police officer, would you have a bias towards the state?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Juror. Thank you, sir. And juror number, was it 70? And what do you do for a living?
Federal law enforcement,
What agency?
Department of Homeland Security.
I think I saw that. And so Department of Homeland Security, is that an umbrella?
It is
And so what particular agency do you work?
ICE,
Okay. How long you been doing that?
14 years.
And you had in your training to testify, I was assuming?
That's correct.
Would you have to hold the state to a lesser burden?
Yes.
Thank you. Anybody else? This is kind of in regards to experts, even police officers, right? So if you think scientists hired and paid for by the tobacco companies are biased for tobacco. You're a scientist, right? Number 13?
No.
You don't think they're biased?
No, I think if the company hires a scientist to do the research, there's a bias there.
Who agrees with that? Do you want to stand up and repeat that?
I think if the company hires the scientists and pay for the research, then yes, there's going to be a bias there.
And so who disagrees with that? Juror number 14, juror number 21, juror number 32. When we talk about law enforcement. Who's been in here, been in the military or is in the military? Probably show numbers. Juror number 4.
Been or is currently or?
Correct, either. 6, 7, 15, 16, 25, 31, 36, 53, 58, 65, 74, 78, 82, and I'm sorry, I can't see your number. And 83. Thank you all for your service. I understand that you've obviously had experience in training with hand-to-hand combat. I'm assuming, is that right? We'll talk a little bit about some of that, but victims of violence. Now, who here has lost a child to violence? Lost a close family member to violence? By show of numbers, Who here has been a victim of violence? Or had a close family member that's been a victim of violence? By show of numbers. Juror number 1. Number 13, 15, 17, 7, 18, 19, 24, 26, 30, 34, 40, 42, 52, 56, 59, 61, 62, 63, 64, 67, 72, 73, 74, 76, 78, 82, 85, 86, 87, and 88. Kelly, did you want to approach these later individually? The Second Amendment. Who here believes in the Second Amendment? By a show of numbers, who here believes that guns should be outlawed? And it's okay if you do. Okay, 55, 61, 66, 67, 46, 82, 76, and 85. Who here is a member of the NRA? 36, 45, 62, 63, 14, and 87. Who here is licensed to carry? Are you good rangers? I'm sorry, I was confused on her. You're 6, 7, 8, 11, 14, 15, 28, 31, 34, 36, 37, 45, 47, 48, 58, 59, 51, 62, 63, 69, 70, 71, 81, 84, and 88. There are a lot of NRA members, right? Did anybody raise their hand that says they are an NRA member or the license to carry? And also say they believe guns should be outlawed? Just making sure there was no. That's it. Self-defense. This is a scaled question, okay? And so how strongly do you agree or disagree with the following statement of a person is justified in using deadly force when and to the extent you reasonably believe such force is immediately necessary to protect himself or another against the other person's use of unlawful deadly force. Now, juror number 1, scale of 1 to 5. How strongly or you feel or you strongly disagree?
I would strongly agree.
On what number? 5. Number 2? 3? 4? 5? 6? 7? 8?
Hold on, you gotta slow down if you're gonna do it like that.
Okay, sorry.
All right, just 1 second. So to make it easy on Brenner with the scale questions, if you could just ask who's number 1, number 2, 3, 4, 5, because when you do.
Okay, so who here is on a scale of 1 to 5, a 1? Who strongly disagrees with that? Who here is on the scale a 2? Who's kind of in the middle? At a 3? 13, 18, 41, 55, 66, 61, 67. So what does that mean? I mean, I want to know, what does that mean to you? You're kind of in the middle. That maybe you should be able to defend yourself, maybe not. Who raised their number on that? For 18, what does that mean?
that's why I'm.
Well, at this point, you're already, it's whether somebody has the right to defend themselves. Who else raised their hand? 13. Describe how you feel about it.
Well, if you're resisting a police officer, you don't necessarily have the right to say, hey, I'm defending myself against being killed. You're resisting an officer.
Right. Okay.
So I'm kind of in the middle of that because.
There may be a situation where you might be able to defend
Say
yourself.
no, yeah. But, you know, a police officer saying you dropped the gun behind your back.
Who here's at a floor? Thank you for the answer. Who's here at a floor? 19, 21, 25, 26, 31, 37, 76, and 90. And then I'm assuming the rest of you are at a 5. When you go through it, you have to raise your. This first row, right? 1 through 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 20, 24, 27, 28, 29, 30, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 38, 39, 40, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, there's a lot of counting. 62, 63, 64, 65, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85 through 89. Who here has ever been in fear of their life? Juror number 87. You're not in the splash zone. There's a chance that you're not going to make this jury, but let's go ahead and hear from you.
Everyone's in the splash zone.
Okay.
I was in a situation where I was in a different neighborhood, guns were pulled. People around, I didn't know, had no clue what was gonna happen. I was like, I figured we'd get out, also showed up. So, there's a party going on.
There's a party going on. And you were in a neighborhood that you didn't feel quite safe in?
I don't say I wasn't safe in the neighborhood, just not unfamiliar with it.
Okay. Anyone else? Juror 11.
Yeah, turned into a parking lot fight back in like my mid-20s. Gentleman on the other side pulled out a firearm, emptied the entire magazine into the group of us. You could see the ricochets off the ground, the whole 9 yards. Yeah, that was pretty terrifying.
Juror 18.
I didn't know that I was a convenience store manager, which is for stores, public employee store. And I was at a party in college, I was involved in the
You experienced quite a bit. Where'd you go to college?
I was visiting friends in college, Texas.
Okay. Juror 15.
Afghanistan for sure. And I got back, I had 4 candles at a bar, get all out. Drunk, and people started. Started partying. I was in my car at the time, getting ready to go back in. And I saw this woman at it, and then that guy went, walked around the building, came back to the finish. And just instincts like, you know, he was just like, hey, you know, and then. Then security guard came out, got him.
I'm assuming you were unarmed at that time.
That's how I know.
If you were armed, what do you think you might have done?
That's a
Hard to say, right?
That's how, if I can, anybody can say they could do anything in any particular situation, so you're in that situation.
Juror number, you're shaking, you're nodding your head.
Oh, right, like I said, until you've been in that situation, you can't say what you can do.
Right.
What number was that?
I can't see you or hear you.
Juror 59, you can stand.
Well, see, like I said, with my situations, that you've been there, you can't decide what you're gonna do in a life or death situation.
Who else has been in fear of their lives? Juror 30?
Yeah, one time I was walking, like walking, dropping off my brother, and somebody came up to me, I was living in Los Angeles at the time, and they asked me, what gang was part of, a gang that was pretty big in LA.
Right.
And told them I wasn't, and they were pretty certain that I was like, maybe.
Wow.
Maybe, and so they asked me for all my stuff in my pockets, showed me a gun, never pointed it at me, showed me their gun. They said, if you ever tell anybody, I'm gonna make sure that they find me.
And you were scared for your life.
Oh, yeah, I was a little kid.
When I was a little kid, I grew up in Seguin. I heard somebody talking about Guadalupe County. I worked at CMC. I worked at the steel mill down there. I don't know if you've done some work at CMC, but I spent 3 summers busting my butt, throwing steel. And a life lesson for me. But when I was about 5 years old, grew up, born in the 70s. Grew up at a different time in a small town, and I went to what was back then the Utotem. I don't know if you ever heard of Utotem, but I went to go play some pinball, and I went to get the candy. So I walked to the store, and couldn't decide what candy I was going to get. There's a whole candy aisle, and some guy opens the door, and he says, "Hey kid, is this your penny down here?" And he had his hand behind him. Now I didn't see what was in his hand, but how do you think that made me feel? Something, right? I instinctively, I said, no, that's not mine. And I got nervous, and I just continued, and he walked down the aisle past me, and as he walked, he was holding a knife. I don't know why. I don't know why the person at the counter didn't say anything, but it freaked me out. And I grabbed some 3-cent gum, took it to the counter, shaking, grabbed it, and I took off running, right? And so I was at a store, and I was 5 years old, and I still remember that. But I didn't know what was in his hand. I just knew that something wasn't right, right? And has there ever been a time in your life that you maybe not saw a weapon, but you maybe still been in fear of your life? Anybody? Number 90? 40? You want to explain your situation? Number 90?
It was, my oldest was about 6 months old, and we were visiting my parents and walked to like a little convenience store in their neighborhood. So he was in a stroller, and I just felt really uneasy because there was somebody in there, and like quickly I got snapped left. I didn't think my car leave, so I went from Omaha to military. And so like I left, and then later found out there's an FBI raid that had happened. So something was going down.
You felt not safe.
Yeah.
Another juror raising hand. Juror number 24. Tell me about your experience.
I mentioned it earlier, the robbery.
Oh, right.
You take the car, right? And
But I'm asking, have you ever been in fear of your life and not seen a weapon?
yeah, I didn't see a weapon,
didn't see it.
but he was very threatening.
Okay. Anybody else? Number 40? Smart. Juror number 1. Have you ever been in a situation where you felt threatened, but you did not see a weapon?
Yeah.
There was a time here in San Antonio, I was walking with my car. I just left downtown. It was kind of late at night, and I was walking on Travis Street. And I saw 2 guys walking towards me, and there was something that concerned me. And as they were walking toward me, I crossed the street to create some distance, right? And so as they passed me up, and they had kind of looked at each other, and I didn't hear what they said, but they kind of looked at each other and said something, and it was probably about 11 or 12, and, you know, there's bars and stuff around. And I crossed the street, and as I passed them, they yelled back at me. And I just knew that I did not need to be near them. Has anybody ever been in that kind of situation? You're not even an expert. Too many? Where are you from?
Here.
From San Antonio? You're number 14?
Yes,
You've been in a similar situation?
yes.
Describe that.
Basically almost identical to what you just described, where I was walking on the street downtown San Antonio, people coming my way, and I just felt uneasy about them across the street. Same sort of situation in DC,
In DC, what part of DC?
the tidal basin. On the banks of the river. They're about
Rocky Bottom, out that way?
Yeah, about 11 o'clock.
Right, and DC can be dangerous itself, right? So what factors would cause you to be in fear for your life? Does the time of day matter when assessing a threat? Right, I talked about when I was crossing the street, it was night. Does a person's hand movement, as a police officer, you ask them to show their hands for a reason, right?
Yeah.
You know, if they start reaching for something, does that alert you? Does the other person's actions matter when assessing a threat? Like, are they coming to you in an aggressive manner? Maybe not with the weapon, but maybe they're coming up close to you. If I stood within your personal space, would that make you feel uncomfortable? Right? Now, do you believe that you have more right to defend yourself at home than you do away? So, if you're out at a store, could you retreat? Where would you retreat to? Your car. Ultimately, where would you want to go? When we're feeling bad and scared, we want to go home, right?
Yeah.
That's our castle. That's where we feel most comfortable. When you're home, where do you go? What are you supposed to do? Right? Now, what are you supposed to do if someone threatens you with imminent harm in your home? If you're in fear for your life? Call the police? Okay. Are all threats verbal? We talked about that. So you call the police. And so what makes a threat appear imminent? Showing a weapon, reaching for something. How about hearing a gunshot? Would that alarm you?
Yeah.
You hear a gunshot, what do you think's going on? Something's not right, right? Now, what are you supposed to do if faced with a threat? You said call the cops. Do we always have time to wait for the police?
No.
Okay. This is kind of a silly slide, but I mean, you don't always have time, do you? Now, the state talked a little bit about law of parties. Person is criminally responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another in certain circumstances. Now, I kind of want to give you a hypothetical. The ring toss at the carnival is $2 for 4 rings. You and a friend agree to split the $2 and each throw 2 rings. Both of you miss. But your friend decides to play again, and you decide to back out. He puts his own money in, tosses, and wins. Are you entitled to share in that prize?
No.
Right? Similar situation. You and a friend are at a Bolero, and you see him buy a scratch-off ticket. You think it's a good idea. Now, who's played the $1 billion mega bucks or whatever it was? I've done it. I hardly ever play, but man, sure would be nice. But so you see this guy buying it, your friend buying a scratch-off ticket. Think it's a good idea. You buy 5 tickets. Your friend's ticket doesn't hit, but one of yours does, and you win $1,000 a week. Should he be entitled to the winnings?
No.
So you can actually go both do something at the same time and not necessarily do it together. Is that possible?
Yes.
Now, should he be entitled to share the winnings if he drove you there? No. Why? What would you really need? Some type of verbal agreement. Hey, I'll drive you there, but you got to give me some of that, right? There needs to be some agreement. That'd be like a conspiracy, right? What if he suggested, hey, let's buy some lottery tickets, and y'all buy lottery tickets? Is he entitled to the winnings?
No.
Anybody think he is?
You put your money together.
If you put your money together, right? What's that? Sure, he's saying, let's buy some lottery tickets. But does that mean you're buying them together? Is there, do you know? Y'all go buy some lottery tickets. You say, hey, let's split it. It's general. And in that situation, what would you do? You won $1,000 a week. He said, hey, let's go buy some lottery tickets. Are you going to split that 1,000 with me? You put your own money in, and he put his own money in, bought his own tickets.
Yeah.
I go a little often back there.
I just said I'd be their personal assistant.
We talked about prior jury service. Some of y'all had said that y'all been in a criminal jury. By show of numbers, who's previously served on a jury criminal trial? 9, 19, 24, 39, 62, and 64, 32. Who was the four? Anybody here a four-person? 19, 9, 62, and 64. Of those people who showed their hands, you're still raising it. Who wins? Who decided? Did y'all decide punishment? 32 did. 39, 19, 9, and 64. Punishment. Purposes of punishment. What do you think the purposes of punishment are? Anybody? So I majored in criminal justice. I started out as an engineer major, switched to mathematics, decided I wanted to go to law school and switched to criminal justice. So I wasn't going to get into law school with my math grade. Jury number 76.
And theory deterrence.
Deterrence. That's what I learned in criminal justice. Was deterrence. There was a trend back in the 90s. It's called just desserts. I don't think they really call that now. The same thing, but that's kind of like eye for an eye, right? There's deterrence. What about rehabilitation? Okay, so in regards to those different purposes, who here, by show of their numbers, feels more strongly about one or the other, and only choosing one? If you were to choose a purpose for rehabilitation, for punishment, who here is for number one, retribution? Juror 13, 15, 6, 29, 39, 40, 51, 54, 87, 88. Who here is for incapacitation? Remove that person from society. And really, that's actually called specific deterrent, right? That person cannot commit crime if they can't be out. Yes, ma'am. What do you feel is the most important purpose for punishment to you by show of numbers? We're going on number 2 right now.
Sure. I think without context, some of us are having difficulty choosing because I think it depends.
Well, I can understand that, right? But so some people are eye for an eye. And so that's a biblical reference. And I really think it means that, you take out an eye and they give people punishment. That's what most people understand. Whereas some people, or the not the Old Testament, but we're, maybe of the New Testament. I don't mean to get religious, we may not all be of the same religion, but in that term, which I understand, is, turn the other cheek, right? So I'm gonna forgive. And so some people maybe have actually already stated that they can't really judge somebody because of their religious beliefs and backgrounds, right? And it's, when I was in law school, I actually clerked for a judge. And I got to watch a lot of lawyers come in. I went to school in Lubbock for law school. And there was a priest, he was a former priest, but he was very priest-like. And I asked him, how are you a criminal defense lawyer? And he told me I'm doing God's work. Anybody disagree with that? Number 2, number 56, 18, and 13. What do you think he may have said that during the conference? It's lots of right? But just to kind of understand that, hey, not everybody is eye for an eye. Some people want to rehabilitate. And I heard some of you say that they work with at-risk students. Who here works with at-risk students? 19, 33, 26, 41, 61, 57. And is that because you have a hope of some sort? Who rose their hand? Principal?
Yes.
41. Why do you work with at-risk students?
Believe in the possibilities of all children to succeed and contribute positively to society.
You want to see a change. You're number 52. You work with at-risk students?
I'm a mental health counselor.
Oh, you said you were an LCP? Help. I would do that.
So yes, I do very much.
You see any adults? And you try and help them change. Whether it's because of drug addiction, abuse as a child, right? And so some of those things can affect our decisions in life. Raised by parents who've gone to prison, right? Some of those things matter as to who we become as adults. Some of us didn't start out in a good home, right? Some of us didn't have that head start where both parents were at home. Some have even a greater head start where one parent gets to be at home, right? And so just talking about purposes of punishment, let's go back to that. What do you think, in your opinion, is the most important purpose of punishment? So we had talked about retribution. Anybody want to change their mind from number 1? Number 2, we said incapacitation. Anybody want to change their mind for incapacitation?
Number 4.
You put number 4. We'll get to that. And so were you on Kelly on number 3?
Yeah.
So number 3, purposes of punishment. Now you can see it's kind of a scale, right? This is going from we're going to take a life for a life to we're trying to affect change in not just the person but society. Okay, and so it's a different view on purposes of punishment. So now we're at deterrence. Who here by a showing of numbers believes that deterrence is the better purpose for punishment to prevent future crime? Juror number 5, number 8, 9, 16, 21, 25, 27, 28, 30, 33, 34, 50, 46, 49, 81, 84, and 85. Okay, and finally we come to rehabilitation. Who here, by showing of numbers, believes that rehabilitation is, in their opinion, the real purpose for punishment? Juror number 1, 12, 24, 37, 36, 41, 43, 44, 49, 65, 66, 56, 57, 61, 68, 69, 70, 74, 76, 77, 79, 86, and 98. I don't know why some of the numbers look like they're this way. So I'm trying to go across. And 89.
And you've got a
Juror
couple.
6. Did I get interrupted? We finished number 2? Who here believes in number 2 last time? 2, 3, 4, 17, 18, 19, 20, 10, 11, 26, 20, 32, 35, 38, 42, 45, 48, 42, 51, 52, 53, 55, 58, 60, 62, 64, 70, 71, 72, 75, 80, 82, 83. Yes, sir. Number, like your number 67 wants to change from 2 to 1. Yes, ma'am.
I didn't rate mine on number 90, but I just had a question.
Yes, ma'am.
3 and number 4, why are they exclusive? Because preventing future crime, I understand it as a society, you're trying to deter others.
Correct.
Where rehabilitation is just that individual.
Well, the deterrence would be kind of like, I'm sorry.
Why would those be mutually exclusive? Because as we're rehabilitating, there is a individual, can it not be a deterrent for the society as a whole? Could there not be like a fifth option so that it could be a combination?
You know, so when I think of deterrence, my understanding of deterrence is that we put out a law that you're not supposed to break this law. And if you break this law, there's punishment, right? And so we see that people are punished, and that deters the general public from committing that crime.
Right.
Right. And so the rehabilitation is more specific to that individual person and changing that individual to rehabilitate to be better for society. I don't know if that makes sense to you.
It does, but I think the combination would be a much more effective strategy to try to do the whole.
Full agreement with that, because it's not just one procedure, it's all.
I agree with you, but I was asking what you feel more strongly about. What's your strongest?
Without context right now, I can't give you the answer.
Okay.
How would these rules apply in New York and Chicago?
How would they apply?
Yeah, well, they're arrested today and they're let go tomorrow.
I have no idea. I'm licensed, born and raised in Texas. I have no idea. Yes, sir.
You were saying, for deterrence, you're saying it's, we have a law. We have laws now. But a lot of times they don't hold the law, they don't give them the punishment that they deserve. And then, got so many people in the prisons and it's costing them just tons and tons of money.
Well, and so that's, I'm asking what the purpose is, what's your belief in purpose for punishment?
Yeah.
Move on. Range of punishment. Okay, so range of punishment. Who here believes that 5 years, you found somebody guilty of murder is too low? Could you not consider, after receiving all the evidence, that it just, in your mind, you would not ever consider the minimum range of punishment? 49, 1, 53, 19, 45, 48, 55, 67, 82, 83, and 85. Now,
And just one moment. When he's speaking about range of punishment, one, we're dealing in hypotheticals. It's not about this case. And number two, it's consider, it's not give. So you can think of examples where maybe it would be a situation where you give 5 years, maybe you would give 6, maybe you would give 7, maybe you give 99, maybe you get life. Does everyone understand? That's his hypothetical.
does anybody want to change their answer? Now, let's go the other way. Who here would not consider 99? That is too high. They would never believe that that's a number they could ever consider. Juror number 5. Explain, why do you feel that way?
I want to.
So after hearing all the evidence, could you at least consider 99 years? So you can be fair and impartial. Before I turn this over to Mr. Fiddle, is there anyone sitting out there saying to themselves, if only the lawyer had asked me this question, he would have learned something very, very important about it. And we're all friends here. Feel free to tell me. No.
76.
76.
Correct.
Yeah, you didn't ask, what if we feel like in some cases 5 years is too high?
Okay. Well, and then so if,
For example, the example that Judge Boyd gave earlier. With a husband.
Yeah.
For, helping his dying spouse suffering. I can't see sending that person in jail at all.
but so, given the facts of the case, everything would be different, right? But we're assuming that you now have already, assumed or at least voted that something happened, that there was another than. In your situation, it sounds like there was a justification, right? And so, there are lesser included offenses. There are sometimes somebody's found of murder, but because of sudden passion, anybody ever heard that term? That it's like, well, committed a murder, but because it was committed in sudden passion, the range of punishment changed. Okay, and that's a possibility that could happen. We don't know what's going to happen in this jury trial, right? But I'm just saying for the facts as they would stand, if it was that you found Mr. Montez committed this specific crime, whether you could consider the range of and within that crime. Now you're talking about, something else that might give you pause. And if you have pause and think, hey, maybe this guy shouldn't go down for murder, then what do you think you should probably be voting for? Let me hear it, guys.
Not really.
Right? I mean, if you, in your heart, in your gut, you don't feel that it's just, you have the right, you have the duty to vote your conscience. People around you will try to change your mind, and you don't have to, whether it's one way or the other. Right? There has to be a unanimous decision. Everybody has to agree. You can hold to your belief, and if you feel that this is not just and not right, then I ask you to vote your conscience. Anybody else have something? Yes, sir.
Well, fair trial.
67, yes, sir.
Fair trial, I just want to say, I feel like it's not always fair. But about 3 years ago, my 5-year-old nephew got shot in the back of the head. In the murder vote, there was evidence, and the nephew vote became of this year.
Do you feel that you would, because of your experience, be able to be a good juror in this case? Do you believe that you could be fair and impartial? I'm sorry, I need to. No, thank you. Number 30.
I would say, it would apply to me because, both the year that I lost my brother to my brother, so holidays right now, the first holidays past last year, had just happened, so I didn't holiday. Right now, the holidays are kind of tough, my mind, I actually do break my work, I have contract work, that's 19 years.
Okay.
So I'm on contract break in January, so I'm like, yeah, I don't want to go back to work, technically do my jobs there, but I don't know if I can.
Well, I'm going to have to ask you, are you pregnant or not? Do you think that you could be a fair?
That's what I was saying, no.
Anybody else feel that way? That because of their experience, well, I'm gonna let Mr. Fiddle get to you, y'all individually, or do you want to go now? Okay, let's go. I'm gonna turn it over to Nick.
I'm the last one to speak. Lucky for y'all. My name's Kelly Fiddle. I need anyone that, can everyone give Mr. Montez a fair trial?
Everyone look at him and say, this man is not guilty, and I will presume him to be not guilty if and only if the state proves this case beyond reasonable doubt. And everyone do that. Thank you. I don't have much time, so I'm gonna try to go as fast as I can. I'm gonna try to focus on few of you and just cover some of the questions that Orlando brought up, relationship with law enforcement. Juror number 2, when it was asked whether you would give more credibility to a law enforcement officer just based upon him wearing a uniform compared to someone, a layperson, is that the case? You would give more credibility just because he's wearing a uniform?
Yes, sir. I believe police are trained to evaluate information in certain situations. And like what they said earlier about sometimes some people.
I'm gonna cut you off. I have 24 minutes. I gotta get to 90 people.
Yes, sir. So that's where
But so that's yes. Okay. Same question to you, ma'am. Number 4. The fact that someone's wearing a uniform, you give them more credibility as compared to someone in a layperson.
I think in general, we should, nothing is 100%, but ideally, yes.
Juror number 10, same question.
Yes.
Juror number 13, you
Yes.
stand up?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 15. The fact that someone's just wearing a uniform, you give them more credibility as compared to someone in street clothes. Yes, thank you. 18, stand up? Yes. Yes?
Yes.
19.
Yeah.
Thank you. 26?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Thank you. 27? Stand up, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. 49?
Yes.
59?
Sir.
Thank you. 63?
Yes.
64?
Yes.
70?
Yes, sir.
80?
Yes.
81?
Yes.
And 83?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, in relation to juror number 18. I have a note here regarding guns. Could you send up juror number 18? You said that you had been robbed when you worked at a convenience store twice. Okay. Would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case? Yes. Thank you. Juror number. Juror number 27. Anyone? Bueller? Oh, sorry.
Right here.
You served on a criminal jury before?
No, I haven't. My wife took a dog to the vet, it's going to emergency, and the dog might die. I need her.
All right, everyone, I'm going to give you all a break. All right, so here's everything. I'm sorry, what's your number?
27.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, this is the one thing that I require in the 187 District Court from everybody. I don't care if you're accused, I don't care if you're a defense attorney, I don't care if you're the doctor, I don't care if you're the street sweeper. I require that everyone try to be kind and be understanding. Now, this juror has just said that he needs to call because his pet has been taken to the emergency room and may not make it. So we're going to take a break so that he can make his phone call, and then we're going to come back and we're going to finish. And remember what I said about what your country asks of you. And I know everyone may be tired right now. Everyone's looking at the clock. It's 5 p.m. But this is the small thing that your country asks of you. So we're going to come back, and we're going to come back at, is 5:15 enough time for you, sir?
Yes.
All right, if it's not, just let us know. All right, everyone, please rise. Okay, thank you so much. What's your number, sir? All right, thank you.
Is that?
Here she goes. And Brenna, if you could mute us, please. I didn't.
That's fine. My bad. I take it back.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right. There is always a silver lining to everything. So it appears that you all are going to avoid rush hour traffic because it's after. That's something to look forward to. So, yes, that's great. I'm going to turn it back over to defense.
Thank you. So I want to. That's fine. Thank you. I just want to make sure we're all crystal clear on law enforcement. So when I asked those of you that raised your cards regarding giving law enforcement officers more credibility, just simply because they're wearing a uniform compared to someone that is a layperson. For those of you that raised your card, there's cards for that. Sure, would you testify? Would you believe everything he said, no matter what? For those of you that raised your cards, could you please record? Raise them again if you believe what I just said. If you believe law enforcement officer, no matter what he says, if he were to testify. Number 13, number 10, number 19, number 59, number 70, number 81. Do you guys understand the question? Number 2, you understood? Okay, thank you. I want to discuss with you. Orlando asked about those that have had known family members or close friends or children that have been affected by violence. Okay, and a lot of you raise your cards. So what we just need to know and make sure is that we have, as we've beaten to death, a fair and impartial jury. So whatever personal experiences you have, or your family, or your friends that have been affected by violence, we need to know that that won't affect your ability to be fair and impartial. So show of cards or numbers, who cannot be fair and impartial in this case based upon you or your family's past experiences with violence. Number 13, number 26, number 67, number 82, and number 87. Thank you. Number number 38, could you stand up for me, sir? You work at the medical examiner's office? Yes, sir. Okay, you know Dr. Kanan? And yes. Okay, it says his name on the side. Don't tell him that. I'm gonna say this one wrong too. Dr. Fag. See? Don't tell him. So you're familiar with them? Okay, you know them personally? Yes. Okay. It's the fact that they are potential witnesses in this case, would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial? I believe so. Pregnant or not? No. Yes or no? Yes. Thank you, sir. Number 47. Sir, you stand up. You said earlier when Mr. Kuntz was asking you questions that you are having a hard time staying awake due to sleep apnea issues. Do you think that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case? Okay, if we called you back in like a month or 6 weeks when your sleep was more regulated, it'd be safe to say it'd be better case for you then? Okay, so it would be hard for you to be fair and impartial to not only the state of Texas, but also to us based upon what you're going through right now. Thank you, sir. There's some of you that raised your cards in relation to believing that all guns should be outlawed. Can I see those numbers again, please? For those that are raising your cards, do you believe that it would affect your ability to be fair and impartial in a capital murder case? Raise your cards, yes, if that is true. 46, you didn't raise your card earlier. Could you stand up? So, your feelings and your towards guns, would they affect your ability to be fair and impartial in a case like this?
Yes.
Number 61. Same question. Your feelings towards guns and believing that they should be outlawed, that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case? What number was that? 61. Number 82, same question.
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 65, could you stand up, please? Ma'am, you've served on a criminal jury? Okay. A juvenile case? Okay. It was a juvenile criminal case? Okay. Did the judge or the jury assess punishment in that case?
They said,
They settled? Okay. Do you know what type of case it was?
it was father that stabbed.
Okay. How long ago was that?
Right before COVID.
Right before COVID? Okay. All right. Thank you. Number 66. Stand up, ma'am. You had initially raised your card regarding guns being outlawed. Do you have any questions for us?
No.
Any concerns?
No.
Anything that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial?
I can't hear you.
I can't hear you guys. Speak up.
It's not a feeling about guns, it's an idea that I think we need to have an answer. But it depends on the situation.
Okay.
I think I could be a part of
I want to pin you down. I want to know if you're pregnant or not pregnant. So, I think it's not enough for us.
I guess I wouldn't be. I guess I could not be impartial.
Thank you. Juror number 66. Juror number 67. I think you raised your card regarding guns and being outlawed as well. Any questions for us? Anything that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Thank you, sir. Juror number 68.
Yes.
What is Enlace?
Enlace, it's a nonprofit that helps churches develop their communities and so.
Okay, let's see how many more words I can butcher today. Any questions for us?
No, sir.
Anything that affects your ability to be fair and impartial? Thank you, sir. Juror number 69.
Sir.
Anything that affects your ability to be fair and impartial in this case? Any questions? Thank you. Juror number 71. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
No.
Anything that affects your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
No, sir.
You were a witness on a criminal case?
Yeah.
What type of case was that?
It was a domestic violence case.
Okay, and anything about that that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Thank you. Juror 72? What is Regent Management Services?
I'm a financial manager for that company.
Okay. Is there anything that affects your ability to be fair and impartial?
No.
Thank you. Juror number 73. Any questions for us?
No.
Anything you'd like to tell us?
No.
No, you're very quiet. Anything that affects your ability to be fair and impartial?
No.
Thank you. Juror number 74. You wanted to approach earlier, is there something you wanted to ask or tell us?
Well, it's the question you're asking right now. I had to raise my card that I was affected by violence, but I don't know how to word this. I was the victim, but I don't want to keep being re-victimized. It ended up fine. It's actually made me more impartial, I think, having had experiences on both sides. And I didn't want that held against me just because it happened in '94 and I've had a full life since then.
Okay, in 94?
1994, I was kidnapped at night point.
Okay. You were what, I'm sorry?
Kidnapped.
Kidnapped?
I got that.
Was that case prosecuted?
Yes.
Where was that? What county?
Reno, Nevada, Washoe County.
Obviously a traumatic experience.
Actually, it was empowering. It made me stronger. It gave me a respect for the criminal justice system in a way that I hadn't before. It's actually a defining moment in my life, and I would say that it wasn't entirely traumatizing. Everything worked out fine. I actually attended his parole hearings, and it seemed like he was getting the rehabilitation that he needed. I think all in all, it turned out really well, and I was better off for it, but I don't want to be victimized again and not considered for a jury.
Thank you for sharing that. I'm glad it works. I mean, worked out as well as it.
Right?
Yeah.
Could have been worse.
Yeah. Juror number 75. You served on a criminal jury, sir?
Yes, sir, lifetime ago.
Lifetime ago?
I think my questioner said no.
Said yes.
It did say correct.
Okay. What type of case?
It was a DUI misdemeanor.
Okay. The judge and the jury assess question.
Jury.
Thank you. Juror number 77. Anything that affects your ability to be fair and impartial? What are you in school for? You gotta speak up, I'm sorry. I can't hear you. Can you go to the microphone, please?
I said I went to school for molecular and medicinal biochemistry.
Okay, me too, me too. That's impressive. Lawyers don't do science. Thank you. Anything that affects your ability to be fair and impartial, ma'am? Thank you. You're number 79. I skipped you. 78, I'm sorry. Thank you. Stand up. Anything that affects your ability to be fair and impartial, sir? No? Any questions? Okay, thank you. 79? You were a witness on a criminal case?
No. Just, well. Was my ex-husband, but he was in California, so it was a couple years ago. He was in jail, but not in like just regular jail.
Okay. Anything about that that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
No.
Thank you. You're number 80. Any questions, sir? Anything that affects your ability to be fair and impartial? No, sir. Thank you. You're number 81. You're a police officer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything that affects your ability to be fair and impartial?
No.
Thank you. 82. You had stood up earlier, right, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No questions. Number 83, I think you had stood up as well earlier regarding guns. Is that correct or?
No.
Anything that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial?
You know, one of the things, because I spent 30 years in the military, and at the rank that I retired, I did have to exercise UCMJ quite a bit.
What does that mean? Could you explain that to us lay people?
When you're a general officer, you're the court martial convening authority.
So, law enforcement in the
No, nurse.
nurse, okay. Anything about your past military experience that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial either to the state or to Mr. Montez?
No.
Thank you. Your number 84? Any questions, sir?
No, sir.
Anything that affects your ability to be fair and impartial?
No.
Then 85 through 90. I'm gonna give time back because I'm a nice person. Anything that affects your ability to be fair and impartial, 85 through 90? No? Anyone want to have any questions? Who wants me to sit down? Thank you.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, what's going to happen now is, again, I'm going to give you some exercise. I'm going to have you all step outside. And when you come back, if we could keep this first row, I believe there are 12, if we could keep the first row and the second row clear, because those are going to be places for the people who have been selected for this jury. So if you all could rise and just wait outside, and we'll call everyone in once this process has concluded.
I got that reference. So you still want to start 9? And then we've all started. Till 10:30? Okay.
Yeah, you sit in with.
Yeah, first couple rooms.
Yeah. One who was looking at reading every single. No, at this issue. Come on. Yeah. Right, 1,000,000%. They have one because of gay. Yes. Yeah. Right.
Every day, quietly, first time I get home, quietly to myself.
Yeah.
Quietly around.
Yeah. You have to do it quietly.
Yeah, so I get volunteering.
Mhm.
I get friends from the-
See, assigned seating now looks great because everybody know where they were sitting. Now it's too many choices.
That's right.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, everyone. I want to thank you so much for your service and for your patience. I always tell people to put that makes your day go easier. The good thing, of course, about us recessing at this time is one, there should not be any rush hour traffic. Number two, somebody should have cooked dinner for you, so you don't have to worry about cooking. Or you may go home and find that everybody's sitting at the table waiting for you to prepare a meal. So one of the things is that you all have those little white sheets. All right, so those white sheets, of course, signify that you were here today for jury service. You should be receiving a check in the mail for your service. It's a small amount. You can do one or two things. One, you can donate that. There are plenty of organizations that they have to choose from, and so it would go directly to that organization. Or probably about 2 months from now, you'll get a check in the mail and you will wonder, is this a real check? And then you'll remember the great time you had with Judge Boyd in the 187th. And you will say, yes, it's real. So I want to tell you all, those of you who are not going to be on the jury panel, you're always welcome to come to the 187th District Court. It is an open courtroom. So I'm going to call the names of the persons who will be on the jury, and I'm going to need you to take a seat on these first two rows. Danielle Pett, Joe West, William Johnson, William Snyder, Samantha Don, Brian Weatherly, Martinez Campos. Yes, your name was cut off on the sheet. Thank you. Natalie Ball. Megan Garcia.
Got a runner. Oh, no, there she is.
Joseph Daniel. Ross McLaughlin. Angelica Cabral. Adana Jackson. Brandon Dwyer. David Hennis. Linda Evans. All right, to the rest of you, thank you so much for your service. There is, before you run, first of all, we walk, we don't run. Because if you take your time, it's less chances of accidents happening. And because it's after 6 p.m., there's a specific way to get out of the courthouse. So you all would have been racing and you would have found the doors locked. So thank you again for your service. And the deputy will let you know which way to go out. Look to the back. She's the exit. All right, so if you all will follow her.
If you don't follow her, you will find the ghosts that do live here.
Yes.
Honor to be in your courtroom today.
Oh, thank you so much.
Truly was.
All right, thank you all so much.
Thank you for doing what you're doing.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Someone's left a black bag.
Your Honor.
Yes,
Madam Clerk, may I approach?
Oh, no. No.
Thank you.
So I'm going to give you all some instructions and then I'm going to have you all wait here a little bit because Deputy Laura is going to have to come back to show you where you need to be tomorrow. Because as I stated, oh, please be seated. As I stated before, this is not our normal courtroom. Our normal courtroom is on the 4th floor. And actually, when you come to court tomorrow, you're not going to actually come to the courtroom. You're going to come to the jury room. So let me just tell you about the 187 District Court. It's extremely hot. There is a thermostat that's on the wall. I have zero control over that thermostat. But when people see it, people always assume, why doesn't she, give us some AC? It doesn't work. It's just there as a placebo for people to pretend like it works. But they may surprise us, even though it's been since 2018. I've been trying to get that fixed. They may surprise us and it may be extremely cold in the courtroom. So it's always better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. So you may want to bring a jacket or something of that nature. If you think these chairs in here are hard, they're actually soft compared to the chairs that are in the 187 District Court. I've slowly been trying to buy pillows for the chairs, but they're extremely expensive. So I have to wait till a sale to get them. So there are some pillows, but if you would like to bring, one of your pillows from home for your back, you're more than welcome to do that. We're going to start tomorrow at 10:30 and we're starting at 10:30 tomorrow because I have a docket every day. So this is not the only case that's on my docket. This is the only case that I'm having a trial with for this week. So I try to move things as quickly as possible when I have a jury trial, not the trial, but to move my docket because I try to set it at a time where I can get you in on the time that I say that I am. But if it ends up being a little later than 10:30, please don't blame either of the parties. It's because the docket has gone longer than anticipated. But I try to do a hard break at 10:30, and I do that hard break so that Brenna can have a slight rest, because if you can imagine, she's not taking a break because she's writing down everything that everyone says. I don't know if there's going to be publicity surrounding this trial or not. I don't know if anything's going to be written about it in the newspaper. But what I do know is my instructions to you are everything that you will need to make a decision on this case is to come from inside the 187 District Court. So you're going to be given badges throughout the courthouse. If you're walking around, you need to make sure those badges are visible, because believe it or not, the courthouse is filled with attorneys. And sometimes attorneys are talking to other attorneys, and this case may or may not pop up. But if they see you have on your juror badge, they'll know not to talk around you about any case, just in case they may be talking about this. So do not read any newspapers about this. If you see something that comes on TV, turn it off. If somebody tries to talk to you about it, don't listen to it. Do not, I repeat, do not do any investigation in this case, because it's not your job to go out, right? Everything that you need to know will be inside the courtroom. And I stress, do not investigate, because I've been involved on trials as a defense attorney and as a prosecutor where jurors just decide to do their investigation. No. So remember, do not do any of that. And throughout the trial tomorrow, you will probably hear evidence. You're not to start thinking about it in your head or what the verdict should be or what you would do if the case were turned over to you. I'll let you know when it's time for you to start your deliberations. Your job is to listen to what's being brought to you in the 187 District Court. Does everyone understand? All right. Now, I know some people usually want to know how long is the trial is going to go. I won't have an estimate of that until after I speak with the attorneys to try to get a feel from them of when they think the trial will conclude. But no, sometimes trials take on a life of their own, and somebody may say the trial may be done on Friday and it's not done on Friday. But each day I'm going to give you a specific time for when we will start. So you'll know that, and I'll let you know that by lunchtime. So if anybody needs to make plans or arrangements, you can. So every day before we break for lunch, I will tell you the next day when we're going to start. Is there any questions? Yes.
Are we allowed to take notes?
Okay, with regards to taking notes, you can take notes. Let me just tell you why I discourage that. I discourage that because when you start to deliberate, you're not allowed to refer to your notes or bring your notes back in the jury room with you. The record, the official record and what was said, that comes from the court reporter. Any other questions? I think you had somebody else. Yes.
Is there any particular thing we tell our employers is that we're just going to be out for the rest of the week? Or
yes, tell them that you're in a jury trial. And here's the thing, if any of your employers have questions like, are you really in jury trial? What's going on? You can always give them the number, and Deputy Laura will give you the number, and they can always call us and we'll let them know that you're in a jury trial. But there should not be any retaliation or any kind from your employer for being in a jury trial. Yes.
During the course of the trial, if something happens, some kind of emergency comes up, and it has to be one of the alternates to be used, right?
Well, no, we're not even thinking about alternates. So here's the thing. If somebody has an emergency, Deputy Laura will give you a number and you will call that number. And then I will make a decision on whether or not it's an emergency. Okay. Is there any other questions? Yes.
That mean, I guess like for my employers, they only cover from 10:30 so long.
You can tell your employer that here's the thing about the 10:30 start time. If you want to get a good parking space, you really need to be here before that time. Mm-hmm. And this is why I say that the parking garage, the people who park at the parking garage is everybody who works in this building, and jurors. And usually there are about 300 jurors a day. So just imagine 300 jurors and then how many other people there are in this building, and there are a lot of people. So even though I'm giving you a 10:30 start time, you may want to get here earlier than that. You maybe want to get here at 9 or 8:30 so you can have your parking space. And I will tell you, in our jury room, you can bring your breakfast, you can bring your lunch. There's a refrigerator that's available. So if you want to do that and sit in the back and eat your breakfast while we take care of the docket that I have in the morning, you're more than welcome to do that. But I will tell you, I always allow people to have their breaks for lunch. Unless, of course, if we're in the middle of a witness, then sometimes it may go longer than to 12 p.m. But I try to give everybody their lunch break because I find that people are able to concentrate more when they've had their lunch. And plus it gives everybody a chance for a break. The other thing, when you are listening, if anybody ever needs a break in the 187, just do this. And we'll see that you need a break. Either I'll see it, Brenna or the deputies, or either of the parties will see it and they'll tell me, hey, judge, they need a break, and I can give you a break. So don't be ashamed or afraid to ask for a break. Just do that and we will do that. And if anytime there's something that you cannot hear, let us know that you can't hear and we'll see if we can adjust things. All right, is there anything else? Oh, sure. Okay, I will. He wants me to let you all know, and I'm sure the state as well, because it wasn't covered, that they are not allowed to talk to you. So if they pass by you and they don't say good morning, and mind you, I'm from Louisiana, I'm from the deep South. So it's hard not to say good morning to them. So if they don't do that, it's because they are not allowed to talk to you. Nobody, none of the parties are allowed to talk to you. The witnesses are not allowed to talk to you. You're sort of insulated in this bubble, okay? Yes.
What are we allowed to bring with us?
What would you like to bring?
Maybe, if I'm coming early.
Yes.
You have a book or computer to work on stuff.
Yes, you can.
How was put that during the trial?
Yes, but just so you know, again, there's to be no internet searches, no social media searches on this case. But if you're just bringing your computer to work on things while you're waiting for us to start at 10:30, that of course is fine.
Snacks.
Oh yes, you can bring snacks. With regards to the drinks though, make sure it's something that has a top on it because we're trying to avoid spillage. Because imagine if I can't get the AC done since 2018, you imagine what's happening with the carpet. Okay. Yes.
What about the dress code?
Oh, you're all dressed fine the way you are. Yes.
What about the parking?
The park.
Is it, do we pay every day that we leave?
There is a
Discounted.
yes. So it's validated. You just have to make sure you get your validation today because we're leaving late. You just have to is it just you speak into the thing and let them know?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So you just let them know, hey, we just finished jury trial. Yes. Yes. Well, no, let me wait just 1 second. Sorry. I just thought of that. Yes, you can't bring that. I'm sorry. Okay. Right. Anything else? But you can bring a book on knitting. That's all I need. Yeah. Yes, there you go. All right, so everyone, if you'll make sure you follow Deputy Laura will escort you to where we will be meeting tomorrow. All right, everyone, please rise.
Okay, follow me.